Hello. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hello. Welcome to the stream. You're privy to a bit of a test today. I've got a new microphone. I'm trying out a different system with the chat today. So hopefully everything's working okay. I'm actually streaming to 2 platforms today. I've never tried this. We're on YouTube and on Twitch. So please let me know if there are any problems. Let me know if this microphone is too loud or too quiet, because it's the first time I'm actually using it. Hopefully it sounds nice and saucy for you guys. I'm really hoping it sounds good. So I just wanted to go live today. I just wanted to go random stream. Usually I plan them. I say I'm going to be streaming on, say, Thursday or whatever it is, a week in advance, and that'll be up on the channel, so you know I'm going to be going live. But I want to do some more random streams, and in about 2 weeks I want to try and stream every day, because I do enjoy talking to you guys. I love the interactions. It's really fun doing these streams, and it's fun to keep trying to push the stream to a different level. Let me know if this chat system's any good. It looks like it's a little bit in the way, actually. Do you think that's kind of annoying, or you guys are going to have to help direct me into what you think visually is the best? It's a completely different system to what I used last time. But here we go. I've got a couple of things I want to talk about today. I want to talk about anything that you guys have on your mind as well. And I'm going to be jumping into Call of Duty, and I want to play Black Ops 3 today. And I want to go through the list of zombies maps. I really fancy playing some zombies. Or if enough of you join who happen to have Call of Duty World at War, we could make our own lobby. As long as you've got it on Steam, we could be playing together. So, let's see how it's going. I'm hoping that this is all working okay. We will jump into the game in a little bit, but I wanted to just have a little chat first. I've been a bit overwhelmed lately, and that's a topic I want to talk about further into the stream. Been letting that really mess up my sleep, and now I'm here. A little bit tired, a little bit haggard. I'm ready to play some video games. Hello, Johnny Cash. I don't know if you're still with us, but hello. You was enjoying the Skyrim music. And Jared, how's it going? I hope you're having a good morning over there. Is everything all right on the stream? No one's let me know. Is the microphone too loud, or is it okay? Like I said, it's the first time I'm using it. Hello, Aaron. Happy Sunday. How you doing? Hopefully you've got World at War as well. Nice. So that's 2 of us. If any more of you have World at War on Steam, we can make our own lobby. That would be fun. Hello, Journey to Form. How's it going? Happy Sunday to everyone out there. I hope you're having a wonderful morning. We've lost an hour here in the UK. You've been binging my videos and shorts. You are literally me, but instead British, not American. So we are the same, interlinked via minds. So does this microphone sound okay? I've just realised the chat is completely covering my screen. Can you read that? I'm trying out this new system, and I can't squeeze the chat. It has to be this size. Or I have to sit over here. Is that a little bit better? Does this microphone sound okay? I really hope it does, because it was very expensive. I need to upgrade some of the other parts of this system. I'd have a mixer down here, and I bought it 13 years ago. And the microphone I was using was 13 years old also. But it shows you, this sound equipment, they last years. So I'm hoping that this microphone's going to last me a very long time. It's nice and brand new. I'm hoping it sounds good. So yes, you've been watching. So my shorts, oh, thank you. It does sound good. And thank you for joining. So you've been watching my shorts. Now, I haven't really been putting much work into my shorts lately. I haven't even uploaded any shorts, I must say. And it pretty much was just cuts from my long form videos, but I have not been doing any of them. So a lot of my shorts are actually a lot older than most of the content you guys might have been seeing. So it'd be interesting to hear your guys' thoughts on those shorts. Some of them are completely different. I think the one that everyone's been seeing is where I set up a bad blue screen. I'm talking about my own mortality, turning 30 and realising that maybe I am halfway through my life, and how that's a little bit scary. Do you guys think about that? Because I don't think about it so much now, but the past couple of years I was thinking about it quite deeply, and I think hitting that 3-0 was the moment where I was like, damn, I am getting old now. I started believing it myself. I'm starting to feel like an old man. And then when in my place of work where I'm working with people who are mostly 18, they're calling me old man. I'm like, oh no, I am. Some people are nice though. They might say, how old are you? And I'll be like, I'm 32. And they're like, no, you're not 32. I thought you was 25. I'm like, oh, thank you so much. But I do have a receding hairline under here. You guys can see that. It's not too bad, actually. No, it goes all the way up to here, though. Still, my hair kind of covers it. And I am starting to go a bit grey. So age is slowly creeping up with me. But what can you do, eh? We can't live forever. So hitting 3-0, scary time. But it's not really scary. I've still got like days where I do have energy. But a lot of the time, well, like I said, a couple of years back, I started worrying about hitting 30. So, like I said, if any of you do have Call of Duty World at War on Steam, it would be fun for us to set up a game. But we probably need a bit more than just two of us, unless we want to do a 1v1. But I think it'd be fun to have a thriving game. 35 is a bit heavy for me. I can feel the age setting in. I do know that feeling. People joke about their knees hurting as they age. My knees definitely been hurting. Roberticus Gaming, hello there. Hey bro, hope you're doing well. Love that cat painting in the background. Oh, this one. I watched this film called, I think it was called The Wonderful World of Louis Wayne. And it had Benedict Cumberbatch in the film. And anyway, basically the real artist, Louis Wayne, he actually painted cats. And I found it a really fascinating film. And then I ended up looking about the real artist himself. And I just thought, I really like cats. I'm going to get one of his paintings. So that's what that painting is. So I thought it was really cool. I just want to double check something. No, we're all good. So, but yes, going back to knee pain setting in, I definitely feel that. And I think most of it's my fault. Years of skateboarding and then doing back squats in the gym. And I'm a bit hypermobile when it comes to back squats. So I think that wore my knee out. I didn't have a clicky knee until I started back squatting. So Apollonius, sorry I'm saying that a bit wrong. I'm so depressed. I'm 33 in a dead-end job about to quit. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that. What is the job that you're doing? And what is it that's driven you to quit? Does it feel like the job is meaningless to you? And how is your life outside of the job? Do you get much time to yourself and to do the things that you want to do? And I think that would, if you don't, then I can see why it would feel depressing. Best viewers on Steam. I don't know what that is. I can't. I'm using a strange system here which streams to Twitch and to YouTube. So I've got some Twitch comments, and I think that was a bot. Something I'm going to have to learn to deal with here. The thing with this system too is I think the chat is quite delayed. So I'm going to open up the stream on my laptop just here so I can see the chat very quickly, because most of you are coming in via YouTube and I want to see your chat as fast as possible. There we go. I've got that open. Anyway, I'm going to load up Black Ops 3 and we're going to start playing a little bit of zombies. And if we can get enough of you on who have World at War, we could have a game. Again, it does have to be on Steam. And if any of you have Black Ops 3 on Steam and want to join in with some zombies, I'm loading that up right now. So excuse the loading sounds. There's a lot of spam/scam on Twitch. Yeah, I haven't really... I did stream to Twitch quite a few years ago. I've made a brand new account now because I just want it to be entirely new. So it's going to be something that I'm going to have to learn. This is my third stream now, and I've only been doing it to YouTube, so it's a little bit different. So it'd be interesting to see everything that comes together. That's just Call of Duty loading up there. So Jared, I found the depression creeps up on you slowly and it's a cycle. Sleep, diet, exercise. Once one thing is neglected, it snowballs into everything else. It's not always your job. That is true. If you do neglect even one aspect of your health, it's like, I like to call it a trifecta. Imagine a triangle. Not a pyramid scheme. The pyramid scheme of your life. No, but each point is something important. Or also I like to think of them as pillars. But I do add one more to that. So you've got sleep, diet, exercise, but then there's also community. And if you are lacking in any of those departments, it's like your stability for your life is not there. The roof will fall over. I hope that makes sense. These are the pillars. Say your community isn't there. Oh, there's a little bit of a dip there. That's a little bit of a problem. So you get that pillar there. Oh, your sleep's a bit messed up. Oh, the roof's going to start caving in. Oh, you haven't been exercising lately. Can I move my pinky on its own? The roof is going to start falling down. And then say you're not doing 2 of those things, 3 of those things, the roof ain't going to hold. And if you're not focusing on 4 of those things, there is no roof and you're going to feel depressed. That's just how I thought of it in that moment. Joshua says, hey brother, found your content in the last few months. I have adult ADHD. Was really relatable and helped me understand myself better. Well, I'm glad that the video has helped in that respect. I must say I don't have any official diagnosis or anything. These are all just speculations that I have. And I'm not planning on getting any sort of diagnosis, but it's nice to know, to think about how I work, to think about the ways that I kind of not messed up, but the ways that hold me back. For instance, I've been quite stressed. Can I switch the game? There we go. Wow, the chat is taking up the whole screen. Let me just address this. I'm going to put the chat here. I do apologise if you can't really read that properly. I'll have to work this out better for the next one. Now, what was I saying? Yes, so the way that my brain works, when I'm stressed, and this has been the past few days for me, it's a kind of a minefield, really. And it might be ADHD, but like I said, I don't have a diagnosis. Let me know if the game's too loud as well. We're going to be starting on Shadows of Evil. Is there any of you that want to join in? If not, I'll kick it into a solo game. But when I'm stressed, I get these like triggers that happen to me. For instance, last night, or even the past 3 nights, I'm worrying about what I'm going to do in the morning. And suddenly, I'm tossing back and forth in bed. I get that feeling where I need to... It's almost like I need to worry about waking up in the morning, what I've got to do in the morning. And then I'll go to the bathroom and I'll keep weeing. And it's like I don't need a wee. Somehow I always find something to happen, if you know what I'm saying. And then I'll wash my hands and then I have to keep checking the tap. And it's just really irritating. And I get stuck in this loop. I'll check the tap, I'll wash my hands, dry them, and then I'll be like, right, now I've got to do the real wee. And then I can go to bed. And then I'm like, right, now it's the real wee, and then I can go to bed. And then I go to bed and I'm actually still thinking. And then I'm get that feeling again. I need to go to the bathroom again. And it just holds me back and I end up not sleeping. Do you use plutonium for World at War? No, I use the standard browser. So if you have that, if you just have World at War on Steam, we can get on that and just play through there. Or we can join the server that I usually play on for the videos. Although it's low ping for me in the UK, so for you it might be quite high ping. And it's got an auto kick if your ping's too high. But I could try hosting my own game, if there's enough of us. Or we could even kick it into a zombies match on World at War, if you guys have that. I don't mind. I was just thinking Black Ops 3 for zombies, because it's a little bit... The controls, everything's just a bit smoother on Black Ops 3. So I do enjoy that a little bit more. I think Black Ops 3 is sort of the pinnacle for zombies mode. There are a few maps missing. World at War, I really love playing it multiplayer. But when it comes to zombies, I do like to jump on Black Ops 3 for that. I mean, look how many maps there are. If I click zombies, it would be solo game. Look how many maps there are. I'm not really a fan of this map, to be honest, the Shadows of Evil. The Giant, that's a classic one. This is a crazy map. A lot of these Black Ops 3 maps, it's crazy. But you got the classic, but we're able to get some perks. Varux, that's a classic. Shino Numa, classic. Black Ops 1 map here. Kino de Toten. Ascension. And the one that's missing that I actually have to go and play on my Xbox is 5. And that's when you play as old, not prime ministers, old presidents. And I really like that map. And it doesn't happen to be in this one. Oh, this is the funny thing. When you play Black Ops 3 on the PC, like for instance, I've got a Game of Thrones map, a Super Mario Halloween map, McDonald's. This map was stupid. Mob of the Dead, that's actually one from, I think, Black Ops. Is it Black Ops 1? A much later DLC for Black Ops 1. Sorry, Joshua says, you don't need a diagnosis. You know internally when your brain works in a non-typical way. Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. You find your own ways and strategies of coping. We are all on our own journey of understanding. Just a heads up, you might want to check your Twitch stream. Let me have a look. Thank you for identifying that for me. It's the first time I'm streaming to Twitch, so it is a black screen. So fantastic. The strange thing is I don't know how to fix that. I'm using a platform called Restream. But you guys are okay here on the YouTube front, so very confusing. The problem is I genuinely don't know how to fix that. Everything's alright on YouTube, is it? Did it not? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it seems like YouTube's working okay. Twitch is not. Let me have a little look before we jump in. But if anyone does want to join, you've got these games on Steam, do let me know. We can have a little game together and talk about things. Let's have a little look. Restream. What's going on with Twitch? And just as you'd think, if you're streaming a black screen, no one's going to click it. Funnily enough. How surprising is that? It's strange because it's saying that I'm streaming to it. There's not really much I can do about that. Let me try turning it off and on again. That always seems to work, doesn't it? Have any of you guys watched the IT crowd? Have you tried turning it off and on again? The thing is, it is a joke within the show, but it does work a lot of the time. Right, I'm just going to reload Twitch and see what's going on here. It might just be something I need to iron out. Maybe I have to give up on Twitch today and just focus on YouTube. Is the stream... Are we still live? Are we still alive here, guys? Does the audio come through on Twitch? You can just hear me. Very peculiar. Maybe this Restream platform doesn't work very well. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry guys, I'm just going to check this out. We will get back into the stream, I promise you. Hold on. I've got a visual on mine. I've got a visual. I can see myself. Oh, I can hear myself. It seems like we have liftoff. But on my Windows PC, it's a black screen. On my Mac, I can see Call of Duty. How strange. Anyway, let's continue. Black Ops 3. Where's the chat gone? Do excuse me. No audio. It says offline in the top right, and then it says live on your profile picture. Very weird. We're going to continue on as normal anyway, because you guys are mostly watching from YouTube, because I'm streaming a black screen to Twitch. You can tell I'm good at this. Let's jump in. So then. Yes, we was talking about Overwhelm, ADHD. The thing that I find is I do get some comments where people are like, "You're not ADHD." Get that idea out your stupid head. I did get that. And then I was just... I don't know what to say to that. And it almost gives me a little bit of fear. I do get that when I read comments a lot of the time, where it might be someone accusing me or something. And then it does give me a little bit of fear, because it's almost like I believe it straight away. I think in that sense I'm very easily led by what people say. Influenced. I'm very easily influenced. This is something I've been wanting to talk about in the past, actually. I remember watching a show called Trailer Park Boys, and the main character, he drank Jack Daniels and Coke, or whiskey and Coke, and then while I was into that show, I was drinking whiskey and Coke. And this has happened a lot. Like, I remember watching these Minecraft YouTubers many years ago, and one of them really liked Jaffa cakes and a beer called Old Peculiar. So I started eating Jaffa cakes, drinking Old Peculiar. And when I think back to those moments, I think I'm very easily led. I think someone could manipulate me pretty easily. What game are you playing right now? So I am playing Black Ops 3 Zombies mode today, because it's a little bit smoother when it comes to Zombies mode. But I am open to playing some World at War with you guys if we can get a game going, or if you guys want to join in for some co-op zombies, that'll be a fun time. Streaming isn't as easy as people think. So much technical crap. Yes, it can be a pain in the buttocks to set up sometimes. Where the hell are all the zombies? The stupid thing is, I have done all this before, but I've never streamed to 2 platforms at once. And like you're saying, there's a black screen on Twitch, but as far as I can see, it is actually running, but for some reason not on Windows, so I honestly don't know what's going on there. But yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to not stream to my old channel is, I've mentioned this in my last stream, but honestly, there's a clip of me, I was in a really bad headspace, and I feel like a total idiot going on there, but there's a clip of me playing Valorant, and I played Valorant for about 10 minutes, and I got really angry and then punched myself in the head. I think if I just get that out there, then I don't have to feel so stupid about it. You'd recommend a plugin? Oh, I haven't heard of that plugin. I just went with pretty much the first one that was on Google, that within a short amount of search time, I was like, that's the one I can use. Which was called Restream. But I'll have to check that one out for the next stream, because I do plan on doing a lot more of these streams. And I want to be able to just hit go live and it work. I am always playing on PC. I'm not really much of a console player anymore. I do have an Xbox, but it's the Xbox One S. I think it's the first white one they brought out, and it kind of runs like arse now. I do have World at War on there, and Black Ops 1 actually. I've got all the DLC for Black Ops 1, so I've got a lot of the zombies maps that I don't have, that aren't on Black Ops 3. So if I want to play that map 5, like I mentioned earlier, where you're doing zombies in the Pentagon, then I can load that up, and I can record gameplay, but I just don't like the quality. On this, I can record 4K quality. On the Xbox, it comes out as a choppy 720p 30 FPS, and I'm not a fan of that. I do appreciate just trying to push my quality to the highest levels, even if it's completely unnecessary. I'm sure a lot of you don't really care about the quality of the video. It's more about what we're talking about. But I do. That's why I got this microphone recently. I was like, I like talking. It's pretty much all I do on this channel. I talk. So why can't I try and make that talking as high a quality as possible? And why not? The YouTube money was a bit of a bonus, so I thought I'll put it back into the channel. The next thing I need to do is get some more lights. I've got one light. I mean, I have a light out here called the sun, How's that? Is that a bit brighter? That light's free. But yes, my reaction, going back to being overwhelmed, it's just something that happens all the time. And actually, one thing I did want to talk about, I was out for a walk the other day, and I got this idea for a video. Maybe I could just talk about it here. So my thoughts are, I'm going back to when I was like 15. Yes, we had the internet. I'm pretty sure YouTube was out, but it wasn't a thing that I was constantly checking. It wasn't something that was always on my mind. It was just a bit of fun. I'd load up YouTube. It was just watch with friends. We didn't have smartphones. I didn't have notifications. There wasn't something I felt like I needed to be compulsively checking. Whereas these days, I feel like I need to be checking stuff all the time, checking my emails, checking YouTube comments, checking views, checking if I've got any Facebook messages, checking if I've got any Instagram messages. Why am I checking these things? Checking if I've got anything on Discord, WhatsApp, whatever it is. That zombie was slow, isn't he? And that is this constant message in my head, check. But in the past, I was more in tune with the messages my body was sending to me. So what I'd like to sort of go through is that, you've got these senses, you're seeing, you're hearing, you're smelling, all of this, you're touching. Right now, you might not be thinking about it, but you can feel where your feet are at all times. And now I've brought your attention to it, you might notice where your feet are either like touching the floor, or if you've got them folded, you can feel them cross-legged. You can feel the feeling of your knee bent. You can feel where your butt's on your chair. Those messages are always there. It's just whether you're drawing attention to it. I know it sounds a bit like complicated, or maybe I'm not explaining it very well, but you've got awareness of all those things, but you're not directing your attention to it. And that's the same with thoughts. You've got all these thoughts going on. And a lot of the time, when you're overwhelmed, you might be putting your attention towards those thoughts, or you might be believing those thoughts. But then you've got all these other senses going on. You might be looking at your screen right now. You might be listening to me and doing something else. But whatever you're looking at, you can see all of this peripheral stuff, but your attention's on what you're looking at. You don't notice the smell of your room. The smell's always there, but your brain's blocked it out. Unless something peculiar comes across, then you start noticing the smell. And what I'm getting at here is just how you focus your attention. And then to bring that back to before I had those feelings that I need to check this thing on the internet. I need to check, social media, whatever it is. I think that I was more in tune with those messages from my body and less prone to overwhelm. Yes, I had moments of overwhelm. It's not like it didn't exist back then. But I think I dealt with it easier because I didn't have these additional thoughts of I need to check this. What are people saying about me on videos? What messages have I got? Have I got a work email? Don't have these constant questions going on. And maybe some of that was because I had less commitments, or maybe it was because it was just less to look at. But what I'm getting at is, I think that now that we do have these constant messages, and you've got all the messages from your own body at all times as well, when overwhelm kicks in, I think it's unfocused energy. Your focus is no longer on what you're doing, it's on multiple things at once. What does my heart feel like? What are my thoughts saying? Oh, my hair feels uncomfortable in my head. My clothes feel strange. What's someone saying about me? And I might be thinking about all of these things at the same time. But what I'm really doing is I'm not focusing my energy and it's scattered. I hope this is making sense. But this is the way that I was thinking about it on my walk. Whereas when I'm on that walk, my energy is mostly on my thoughts. What I need to do, what I want to get done, what I want to achieve, and I leave my phone here and I can't check my phone, and then I might think I want to write something down. I can't. I have to put it off. I have to wait till I get back. And it allows me to focus my energy more, and over, say, a 20-minute walk, I'll come back a little bit calmer. I'll come back a little bit more at peace. But then it immediately goes away because I'm just back. I'm like, right, I'm going to check my emails. I'm going to check my messages. I'm going to check if I have any comments. And then I've got that anticipation of a bad comment. And then I start thinking, I feel stressed. Oh, now I'm thinking about my heart rate. I've got a watch on. It tells me my heart rate. I can see if it's elevated. I scroll up and it says I'm stressed. Now I'm more stressed because my watch tells me I'm stressed. That's a bit of confirmation bias there. To bring it back, I think it's just all about focus. And I think that's all when people say try meditation. I've never found it to work for me, because my energy's too scattered. But what I think all that they're trying to teach you is how to focus that energy. And maybe I just haven't given it enough time. And that I thought was a valuable thing to talk about. Do you guys agree with me on that at all? Does that resonate with anyone, that feeling of scattered energy or focused energy? I mean, like I said about feeling where your feet are, did you notice what your feet feel like on the floor until I mentioned it? Probably not. All these messages are there at all times, but you're not focusing on it. And sometimes I think maybe it's ADHD, maybe it's normal, but hyper-focusing on some of those messages can lead to anxiety because you're just so focused on this message. Maybe it feels intense and overwhelming, but that's what you're focused on, so it becomes a loud noise. Sometimes those noises are just so loud, it's at the expense of everything else. It's crazy they're still... I was really into that. So the messages here, it's crazy they're still charging $80 for this game. What, Black Ops 3? You joking me? What, is that with all the DLC? Oh, a nuke. That's absurd. Call of Duty never really reduced their pricing. Even when the game's really old. Which I guess is a testament to, people still buying it, obviously. But yes, that direction of energy, I think it's an important thing to think about. It's something I think about a lot. And that's why I think a lot of people gravitate to video games, including myself, because it's a reprieve, like a break, from having to focus on things you don't want to focus on, which might be overwhelming your mind, overwhelming your thoughts. That's the base game. Blimey. Games are expensive in Canada, I must say. And the thing is, with Black Ops 3, if you are playing it just for zombies, which is why I picked it up, I don't like the multiplayer of Black Ops 3 at all. I mean, I could learn to like it, but I don't really want to. But if you want to play it for zombies, I remember having to buy a specific version. Oh, I did not mean to use that. I meant to change weapon. And that, I think the zombies mode was quite expensive. From memory, anyway. But yeah, going back to gaming and focus, that's a lot of the times why I try and use them. It is a break from having to focus on your thoughts, having to focus on your worries, having to focus on how ill you feel. Like, have any of you ever had like a flu, a stomach ache or anything, and you play a video game and suddenly your stomach ain't hurting as much anymore. And again, that's because, you know, those messages are still there. You're just focusing on the video game. And you might every now and then think, oh, my stomach hurts because, oh, I've got a sickness bug. But then you're distracted by the game. Your energy's focused on the video game that you don't feel as sick anymore. Oh, I'll take that. This is Black Ops 3. We're playing zombies mode. Thanks, AB. Thanks for enjoying the content. I hope my ramblings help some of you guys. And let me know how I can improve the stream as well if this chat system that I've got going on here isn't very good. I'll probably go through the chat at the end. I know Roberticus recommended a different add-on for streaming, so I'm going to be trying it out for the next one. Luckily, I can go through the transcript of the chat afterwards, so I don't have to forget. So what things have you guys been struggling with lately? I know that there is one comment on a video that I'd like to go through in a little bit, and that was about purpose, so that would be something to discuss. Video games distract us from physical and mental issues for sure. And I think it's a valuable tool in learning to cope with things. However, then at some point, it's when is ignoring a problem? When does it become an issue? Probably when it goes on too long. Is it ever an issue? I don't know. There's something that's very personal and you'd have to think about in respect to your own lives. I guess if you're doing it at the cost of something, you'd have to think about that. What advice would I give to 18-year-old me? So this is an interesting topic because I think a lot of the time 18-year-old me wouldn't probably listen to what I have to say. Like if a random man came up to me in the street, tried giving me advice, I probably wouldn't listen because a lot of the time unsolicited advice, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but unsolicited advice, it just turns you off, right? And that's when I guess people say like this comes across as preachy. And that's why I try and frame things in terms of my own life. How would I have to phrase it for myself to listen? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I kind of like practice this where I work, because I work with a lot of 18-year-olds. And I had a really valuable chat with a student the other day, and he's on the larger side, shall we say, and he was in his own journey of losing weight. And he was just asking me lots of questions, which is a great thing to do. Ask lots of questions. It's always good to be curious. And I was sat there eating my watermelon as I do on a daily basis. Have some right here for a little fruity snack. And he was just asking me, what do you think of what I'm doing? He said he cut out KFC. He said he started eating meal deals instead. And he said he felt like he was addicted to KFC at one point. But he's tried to start making different dietary decisions. He's trying to eat more chicken. He's been choosing fridge raiders for his snack for the meal deal to try and have more protein. He's been going on longer walks. And I said, I didn't want to preach or anything. I didn't want to give him information overload. I just said it sounds like you're on the right path. And I would say to just not doubt what you're doing because you're doing the right thing. Yes, I could suggest a plethora of dietary changes, but the thing is you don't want to do things in a rush. The way that I did my own diet was a sort of, an iterative experience. So I changed things over time. And the changes that this guy's done, they're fantastic changes. He's walking more. He's eating less fast food. What more can you ask for? So I would just say to myself think about what you want and slowly work towards it. But I think the main thing I would ask myself is to have some quiet time and actually think about what I want. Because that's been my issue for most of my life, is I just don't know what I want. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. It's a really hard question for me to answer. I mean, I find it hard to pick something on a menu. I'm very indecisive. And if someone casts what I've decided to do into question, then I'm filled with doubt. Am I choosing the right thing? But I think the way you know if you truly want to do something is, are you excited about it? So I would just say, if you're excited about it, then do it. But a lot of the time there would be things I would be excited about and then just never do it. It would just be left as a thought. So it would be to actually take action. Need to actually do something towards those things. Otherwise you just sit there. I would have sat there and just think, oh, I wish I'd done that. I wish I gave it a go. For instance, I remember this was when I was still really into skateboarding. And I wanted to host a skateboarding competition, like a game of skate, at the local YMCA. And I just wanted to maybe throw up a cash prize of what I had, maybe just £100. And that would attract people, and then I could film the games of skate and put it on my channel. But I never did anything towards it. So it was just a dream. And now I'm talking about it now. It would have been quite an interesting thing to do. No one's done that sort of thing in my area. Gunn says, I don't want to do anything, and that's okay too. But to allow yourself to not do anything, you might need to do some things. For instance, to fund doing nothing. It's like it does suck, but we all kind of monetarily have to be able to pay for us to do nothing. But that's how I feel. Unless you like manage to live in the woods or something. I don't know, living off the land. Just be able to have a house or the internet and all of these things. But I guess I was in that position for a long time too. But I did want to do things. I wanted to make content, I wanted to play video games, and I just wanted to feel good. I guess if the answer is you don't want to do anything, what is it that you like doing? You seem really good at COD. I'll be honest, I am not good at COD. I'm getting backed into a corner now. Yeah, I don't think I'm very good at COD. That's what welfare is for, lads. You should make videos on the game itself. Just an idea for future content. Hope everything's getting better for you, bro. Thank you very much. I have thought about making a video. I did have a really funny idea, actually, because I get a lot of comments. Well, I found it funny anyway, saying, how are you playing COD multiplayer? And I was going to make about a 30-second video where I load World at War, I click multiplayer, I click find server, and then I click join. And I'm like, that's it. Because that's just a funny rebuttal. It's almost like everyone who asks has never even loaded the game up and clicks find game. Because it is literally that simple. It's not quite the same. I mean, obviously, if you've got it on Xbox, I don't know what the deal is there. But on Steam, it's that simple. There are other things that people keep mentioning, like this plutonium service, which I have no experience with. But in my experience, it has been that simple. And it would answer that question I seem to get a lot. Which is, how are you playing this? I did not think I would get so many questions to that. I guess because it just felt so simple to me, I just considered that everyone else would find it simple too. but on Steam there's a lot of bot servers. There are. And that's because there's not many people playing it. But there are servers with people on, and on those bot servers, once a real person joins, they get replaced. But it's better than no one being there. I did join a really strange server, which was in one of my videos, which had quite a lot of people in it actually, which was... It had like moon gravity and really fast XP. So if I was to press jump now, I'd jump across the whole map. And that was quite an interesting game mode. Oh! It was very different. But yeah, I just thought we'd talk about a little bit more about that feeling if you don't want to do anything. Because there must be... Is there something that you do want to do? When I was in that situation, it was... I wanted to play games and be with my friends. And I did want to make videos. I've got... On my older channels, I've got me commentating StarCraft 2 matches. Which is... I thought I wanted to be a StarCraft 2 commentator for a while. It was just what I was passionate about at the time. And they're very... I wouldn't want to go back and watch them. I find it hard to look at. But if I kept that up, you never know. I just saw a message come in, but there's a lot of zombies running at me. Huge jacked man. I like the name. Get out of my way. I think I only just got that. What do you think about friendships and just friends in general? I have a couple of friends here. Wait, I have a couple of friends here and they're right. But I feel I have no one to really talk to or say about how I feel. I need to read this again. What do you think about friendships and just friends in general? I have a couple of friends here. Okay, so where you live right now, you have a couple of friends there. And they're all right. I think that's what you're saying there. But I feel like there's no one that you can talk about how you feel in that. What I think about that in general is, well, yeah, just yesterday I met up with a friend I haven't seen in years. He lives in a different part of the country now, and we ended up just chatting on the way back to the train station about what we wanted to do, and I found that really valuable. And I think being open and real about your feelings is important with your friends, and if you feel like you can't do that, I think that's something that is worth addressing. Like, could you try talking about it with those friends, or do they not feel like the kind of people that you could open up to? And that's where I actually find a lot of value in making these YouTube videos, because I can be open about it. But one thing that I've found is my problem is I find it too easy to open up. I used to use the term that I'm a truth teller. And that can have its own problems. I mean, I don't open up to everyone. Essentially I do, because I've recorded this on the internet and it's publicly available. So I'm kind of opening up to everyone. But I think being able to speak with your friends on a deep level is very important, and perhaps it's worth trying to find some people that you can do that with. I know that not everyone wants to go to the gym, but I found it a very useful place to meet people that you can talk deeply with. And I think that's because it's not just about going there and working out, but I like to think of it as the community centre. I never was a person that went to the YMCA when I was younger, but I think that's what the whole point of that was for like young boys to go and find a brotherhood, do some things together. I think I watched a video on that yesterday. There is literally a YMCA down the road from here, but I get that feeling from the gym. That's my community centre. And honestly, the times when I felt a bit like overwhelmed or lonely, I have walked down to the gym and managed to just talk to some random person. Have I ever made a deep connection with random people from COD or any games? I must say I do struggle to talk to people randomly online, but yes, actually. The answer is 100% yes. And that was through World of Warcraft. Mostly it's from lockdown mostly, but there was this one guild I was in and we played a lot over lockdown, and through that guild you have to have 40 people online at the time. It's 40-man raiding. And there was a couple of people on there I just really got on with. End up chatting all the time. And we ended up talking about deep stuff, but also very silly stuff. And I think it's when... Here's my barometer for people I feel like I can talk to. If I can fart in front of someone, I can talk to them honestly. And I found myself farting down the mic on Discord to try... I sort of like, if I think, oh, they probably find this funny. It's one of my superpowers, big fart. I'll throw out a big fart, thinking they'll probably find this funny. And then I know, okay, we're good friends now. But yes, I made some good friends on there. And people I'd still like to talk to now. There is one person I'd like to meet who's from Sweden. One day I'd love to go and meet him. But yes, I think World of Warcraft brought me some of the deepest online friendships I've ever had. I don't think that's really happened from many other games. I think that's the nature of that game, and it's sort of, if you are sort of my age, around that 30 age, pretty much everyone on World of Warcraft Classic is the same age, so it's very easy to find people that are kind of similar to you. Yeah, it is a trust thing. Like Peter said. I feel like I have ASD and I don't know how to say that to my parents. Yeah, that's an interesting one. The thing is, though, your parents might have it too. For instance, the weird thing is, I've been talking a lot... My dad's been watching these videos that I make. And my dad will message me and be like... Oh, I've really connected with what you said. It reminds me of things I went through when I was 30. And then my dad would be like, does that mean I have autism? And I'd be like, I don't know. You know, I am 50% you after all. It's interesting to have that. Because I remember well, not so much these days. I used to watch Asmongold a lot and his dad would phone him. He's a large streamer. Some of you probably know him, others may not. But he's a massive streamer, and his dad would be watching, and you'd find that out because his dad would phone in during the stream and then comment on what he's saying. And it was weird to have that sort of experience myself. It turns out my dad's watching all the videos and relating to the things I say, which is weird. Am I going to die here? Oh no! Oh, well, there you go. Round 15. Is anyone on Black Ops 3 like to join us, or do we have a large squad of World at War players here, or even just one? We can load up World at War and play some zombies on there. Asmund Bald, yes. Be honest, is there an age where it's just too late? Most people say 30. Also, do you ever regret using your 20s in the way that you did? Well, if I'm honest, it depends on what we're even talking about here. But honestly, I don't feel like it's ever too late. And I mean that. And that could be about most things. For instance, gym. The best time to start was probably in the past. But the second best time to start is now. And the truth is, I thought I was too late. I'm pretty sure I've made a video on this, but I thought I was too late to start working out at the age of 26. Because there's a lot... I see loads of students that I've just started working out. And I'm like, look, you're way ahead of me. When I was 18, I wasn't working out. You've got years on me. And I'm quite proud of the shape that I'm in. But they're going to make so much more progress than me. But because I did start when I was 26, I've got into a shape that I'm proud of now. But the thing is, say I hadn't started then and I started today, I'd still be able to improve and get better, and it would still improve my feeling of how I'm living my life. Yes, I could have maybe started YouTube 10 years ago and stuck with it, and maybe I'd have a bigger channel. But the second best time to start was when I started a year ago, consistently uploading. And that's led to me being able to chat to you guys on this stream right now. And I'm really happy with that. It's the same thing with many things in my life, like investing. I only started doing that after watching that financial audit channel. Like some of you said you watched a bunch of my videos. I seshed his channel, watched like 20 of them in a row. And I was like, why am I not investing? Or even seriously putting money into like a cash ISA or saving. He actually helped me, and I save money now. It's great. You mean like a serious dream or career? I feel like 40 or 50 is over. Many say 30s. Thoughts? Honestly, I think now, if you have a true passion to change your career, there's never been a better time to learn a new skill when you can get so much information off the internet. You could learn very quickly compared to the people of 10 years ago. Yes, it might take you a bit longer to learn. You might have to take a different route. Like you might need to do it whilst you're working a current job because you've got commitments, you've got those financial commitments you need to keep providing. But I think if you put your mind to it, you can change your situation. It just takes, like this featured thing here, tenacity and grit. Honestly, I think so. I mean, it's not over till you're dead, right? Even like, say, if you was in your 80s, you'd still be like, well, I've got some time, I could do something new. I mean, there's not like a massive amount of years left to completely change, but you can still change how you feel tomorrow. And I think if you're talking about a serious dream, then as long as you're working towards it, I think that could provide you with some sense of progress, that you're actually doing something. I think that's really important, to feel like you're doing something. Because most of the time when I felt like I'm doing something, that I'm not doing something, like working towards anything, then that's when I feel the most sort of purposeless and depressed. Because there's just nothing going on. I think that's where, for me, that's where I sort of rot. And that's why it's so easy to get into video games, because they give you that sense of purpose. Have you seen BoJack Horseman? I have, but I found that show really, really depressing. There was this sort of vibe I got from it. I didn't watch all of it. I think I watched season 1. I forgot about Quick Revive. What was I saying? Won't people rather take on younger people though? Like you get discriminated at a certain age. I mean, I do hear that. You could always do it for yourself, or it depends how skilled you are, really. I'm not a very good person to comment on that as well, as I've been mostly self-employed most of my life. But you can always do it for yourself. Purposelessness, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, the times where I'm not working towards anything is when I've played video games the most. If I've got nothing going on in my life, like I said a minute ago, that's when I feel like I'm rotting and feeling purposeless, because I just feel like I need to be working towards something, even if that's just getting full epic gear on World of Warcraft, or getting COD skins, like those camos. It's like, as long as I'm working towards something, I feel a bit better. What do I do for a living? So I work at a college, helping students who have like extra supported needs they might need. Oh my god, I'm out of ammo. I should have bought a gun. And I make videos for people. wow, he's fast when he's on the floor. That's what I do when I'm self-employed. Am I really going to mess this up on round 2? Who said I was good at this game? I'm displaying the antithesis of that. Yes, so for most of my time, I was focused on video editing, which is funny because what I do on the channel now, well, I've done a few videos that I've put a lot of editing into, but most of what I do now has no video editing. Well, I edit the voice, but I don't edit the visuals. I'll just be like, COD gameplay. But yeah, mostly videography. If someone wants like some social media content filmed or stuff to put on a website, that sort of thing. But the day job is working at the college. And I guess you could say doing this now. I put most hours into YouTube, even though it doesn't earn anywhere near as much as the other jobs. It's the one I put the most time into, because it's the one I want to do the most. I have the most fun doing it. And it gives me that sense of like leveling up in an MMO, like seeing the analytics and that. The only problem is, like, when you level up in an MMO, well, not all MMOs, you stay that level. Say, for instance, I get to level 60 and wow, I am now level 60. I know there are some games where if you die, you lose a level. But then on YouTube, it's like, I might get to level 60, as in, I would get, I don't know, let's say 4,000 views on a video. And then the next video might get 500 views, which is literally going on right now. And then I'm like, oh, I've lost my levels. I've messed this up, and then I feel like I've ruined it. But that's just the ebb and flow of it, really. I have to ignore that. And it's hard to ignore because you've got such easy access to it. Thanks for joining, mate. You got this. Oh yeah, you're in Canada, aren't you? Well, thanks for joining and have a good sleep. It's only 10 AM. Well, it's about to turn 11 AM here. It's a nice early one. It's actually a really sunny day and I've shut myself in here. I'll be honest, I wasn't even going to stream today. But then my fiance was like, oh, are you going to stream today? And then I was like, I guess I will. Maybe I should. And then I was like, I really want to stream today. I was going to record a video, but I pretty much did the video in the stream earlier. That's what I wanted to talk about. And I think I put it quite nicely, actually. And that was about Overwhelm. You should make a podcast on Spotify. Oh, God. Or some platform on different topics about your experiences on life. Because many people would watch you for hours and hours talking about life. That does sound like a good idea, but my thoughts on that are, I think I'd be spreading myself a little bit too thin. As in, I like to focus on YouTube. Like, that's the platform I use every day. I'm a bit of a YouTube addict. That's all I create for. I know today I'm actually multi-streaming to Twitch with a resounding just me looking at the Twitch stream, so it's going very well over there. But YouTube is my focus. Oh God, and I don't actually even use Spotify, so I don't know the platform that well. Like, for instance, if I... Don't kill me, don't kill me. Okay, I'm just going to run through this. If I'm listening to, say, Joe Rogan, I'm doing it through clips on YouTube. I know that he is on Spotify, but I'm a YouTube man. Perhaps I'll one day be a Twitch man, but be a bit twitchy. But right now, I'm mostly tubey. It's 6 AM here in the US. A very early morning for you. So for you, is it the morning or are you still awake? You're scared of revealing your true self to people. That's fair enough. It is a scary thing. And I know that, you know, some of my friends deal with that. I won't name any names. But they are worried. Like, say I've recorded a video of one of my friends and then he might be up for it at the time. And then asks for me to private it, and I'm like, okay, I'll private it. And you know, it can be a challenging thing to reveal who you are, because you're worried that they might judge you, they might not like you after you reveal it. But I think that's unlikely. And if it's a true friend, they're gonna be happy, or not happy to hear it. They'll understand. They'll hear you out and listen to you. Not gonna lie, I woke up at 11 p.m. Sounds like you're having an interesting sleeping pattern there. Well, at least you got some sleep. There you go. You've always got to look at the bright side, eh? I think it's too easy to fall into the trap of seeing the negative side in a lot of things. I know I'm a bit like that. I can see the negative in things. You're scared of showing your hobbies. I totally understand that, because I have mentioned this in a video. I do worry. I remember I was in university and they were going around asking me, what's your favourite music? And I was like, I can't answer this question. And to be honest, I still feel that to this day. I remember when I was working in the college and they were asking, what's your favourite music? And I still struggle to answer that question, because I'm like, what do I say? I don't know how to answer this question. And the thing is, you don't have to share what hobbies you like. But if you wanted to sort of approach the subject now, you could share here. Because no one in your... Well, I can't guarantee, but no one who knows you in real life will watch this and find out. If you wanted to have a little practice of sharing it now, you're more than welcome to. But feel free to completely ignore what I said, because you don't have to do anything. You can put a playlist on YouTube about different topics that your viewers suggested, so people like me can play you while working, or something, you know. That is a good idea. I could use my playlist feature better. At the minute, I just shove everything into sort of generalised playlists. For instance, this one goes into the live stream playlist. Or there's my playlist, which I just called my life story, which is just whenever I'm talking about something about me or my thoughts, that goes into that. But yes, I could, you know, really actually refine that. The playlist feature is there for a reason. But if I make longer videos, then maybe I'll make a video that's the perfect length for you. That's kind of what these live streams are. That is one problem I have. Say, for instance, I'm scripting a video. They'll end up being really short, because you take out all the fluff when you script it. And say I do an ad hoc video, as in I just wing it. Maybe I've got some bullet points to talk through, and I talk about whatever it is. They end up being longer. I don't know if one's better or not. It's just what it happens. I didn't know this was a shotgun. Uh-oh. Reload already. Tight stairs aren't good. There we go. I always found Verruckt, this zombies map, quite difficult. So anyway, I did want to touch upon a YouTube comment I got. And that was on my video that I never wanted a job. In fact, let's go back to what Clavine is saying. My favourite music genre is plunderphonics. I can't say I've ever heard of that. Artists like Pogo, Plonk Apple and Blue Jay Mix. This is all new for me, but what does plunderphonics sound like? I know it might be biased because I play on Battle.net and they released a feature called Plunderstorm, so it reminds me of pirates. If I had to pick my favourite genre of music, it would probably be... I love this channel called Focus Soundscapes, and I put that on whenever I'm editing. So just like ambient soundscapes, really, or music from World of Warcraft, like video game music, that sort of thing. But yes, I had a comment here. So he's commenting on a part of my video where I say, I had no purpose. I often sat in my room, feeling depressed, alone, wishing that I had some sort of direction in my life. I used to have a deep sense of dread any time I had to plan something in the morning. Just the thought of it gave me stress headaches. And he asked, how do you escape from this? So having no purpose. And it's a lot of topics in that one sentence there. But the main one I want to talk about is that purpose, which we have touched upon already. And for the most part, I think it's that feeling of having nothing to work towards. That's what I think it is for me. It uses samples from movie and TV shows to make new music. That kind of reminds me of grime music, you know, because I know that a lot of earlier grime music had sound effects from video games. Do you want to hear like a bit of grime? I used to love it. I don't really listen to it these days, but it can get me quite excited if I listen to it. But I get why it's called plunder now. You're taking it. Bang. I did notice the other day a student was walking around listening to like grime and rap music and like rapping along to it, and then that's when I was like, I am old, because I was like, I don't have the energy to hear this music right now, let alone start rapping along to it. I mean, I still like it, but I don't really listen to it. But yeah, that feeling of purpose for me... Oh no, not a rocket launcher. It is just when I'm not doing... I have nothing to work towards. And that's why I think following what you want to do... Like we talked about earlier, what you want to do, and someone said, I don't want to do anything. And that's why I asked, what within that do you do? What is it that you like to do? And maybe it is nothing, I don't know. Maybe we haven't discovered that yet. And it's the thing, you can't... In my experience, it doesn't go away overnight. And it changes as time goes on. When I started uploading to this channel frequently, I think my video was called like Who Am I? I wouldn't suggest you watch it because it's a terrible video. But I'm questioning, who am I? What's my purpose? I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't have anything to work towards. And I felt probably at my lowest when I recorded that video, because I had nothing to work towards. And that feeling dissipated the more I uploaded to YouTube, because I started believing that this is what I'm working towards. I'm working this right now. And now I'm streaming to you guys. There's people in the chat. That is what I started to believe I was working towards. But it took a hell of a lot of convincing and just doing regardless of how low I felt. The times I felt like I've had the most purpose is when I'm doing something alongside my friends or people that I know. Like when I would go to the gym and we're all there, we're all learning the bench press together, we're all learning how to back squat, we're all learning how to deadlift, and we're all progressing at the same time. My friend might set a bench press PB, he's now the strongest out of all of us, and that eggs me on. I'm setting a bench press PB, I've got to beat him. That experience right there, that was purpose for me. Wow, that zombie wants to be dead. His purpose was to absolutely slay me. And it's those experiences that I cherish those experiences. For instance, I know I've said this before if you've seen the video, but StarCraft 2. playing that alongside friends. We're all skilling up. We're all ranking up as a 3v3 team. Honestly, that's like some of the most fun I've ever had. Oh. This is strong. And then once those experiences go, and it's that transition between I've now finished playing this game, my friends don't play it anymore, I don't really want to play it anymore. It's like finishing a Netflix show that you're really into. Suddenly there is no purpose. Suddenly, like, what am I working towards? That's when I felt like I had nothing. But that's when I feel that working on playing a video game, working on just watching something can be a bit of a trap for me, because those things inevitably end. People's obsessions change, what you're interested in. Am I going down here? Oh, I've got to revive. Yeah, it's that feeling of your friends moving on. For me, that feeling of everyone moving on, and it's not everyone's focus anymore. And it's like, why am I even doing this? There's no purpose to this. So I do struggle with that. But the problem is, in an educational setting, I see it all the time. This class is pointless. It means nothing to me. Why should I even bother? I'm just here because I'm told to be here. There's no reason for me to engage in this class. And the thing is, I've felt all of that before myself. For instance, a lot of my school classes, I agree, I felt like this is pointless. And so when I talk to a student who feels that, I do find it difficult to know what to say, because I was in the exact same position. For instance, like maths and English and all that, I hated doing those lessons. And it's like I was forced in. It feels like I'm forced into doing it. I don't want to do it. I remember everyone saying that GCSEs are a waste of time. No one cares about them. Well, that's the impression that I had. And I was lucky that I was able to pass a lot of my not a lot of GCSEs, but I mean, like, I passed for the most part, and I didn't have to like revise much, so I got lucky. But that did leave me to, was I really lucky? Because I think that promoted me being a coaster, as in letting life happen to me, because I didn't have to try to pass the GCSEs. It's like I didn't have that passion to try in life for a long time. I didn't learn that until much later in life. So perhaps if I had completely ruined my GCSEs, would that have made me a better person? It would have perhaps taught me how to get my arse up and do something. I don't know. Peter says, my kids moved on, grew up and left me playing COD on the Xbox 360. Does your Xbox 360 still work, or does it have a red ring? That's what I want to know. If it doesn't, you're a lucky one. And what COD are you playing? What's everyone's favourite Call of Duty? I must say, I've got about 3 of them that I like. This one, Black Ops 3, for zombies. I'm not quite a big fan of the latest iteration of zombies, I must say. This sort of open world vibe, and it's all about leveling up. It just doesn't seem to grip me in the same way. World at War has a really cool atmosphere, a really cool vibe. I do really enjoy that one for multiplayer, and even just sitting in the main menu. If you want to get creeped out, load up World at War and just listen to the main menu. Clavine says Black Ops 3. That's what we're on right now. Although this is zombies mode. Oh no. I'm backed into a corner with a gun I don't like. Oh no, don't tell me. Advanced Warfare was my favourite for multiplayer. Jared says World at War multiplayer. Oh no, I looked at the chat. Black Ops 2 / Black Ops 3 for zombies. Black Ops 2 had that transit map, didn't it? That was my absolute favourite for split screen zombies. Because I remember, even though it ran awfully, you could play 4-player split screen. And I absolutely loved that, even though it ran like arse. I think it ran at like 15 FPS. But having four of you there playing that and getting in that bus and going around, there's a lot going on there. Peter says he's got a collection of 360s. Wait, do you have 11 Xbox 360s? You got original Modern Warfare 2, Ghosts, and all the old CODs. What you guys thought on Ghosts? It's funny because some of the students at college actually say Ghosts is their favourite. And it's like people see it as like a classic that's grown over time. But when it came out, it seemed to have this... People didn't like it. And when I loaded it up, the multiplayer felt a little bit plain to me. When Call of Duty's come out, I usually rush through the campaign, so I don't remember much other than the advertisements about that dog. But it's not very memorable to me, I must say. Right, before we play anything else, how many of you have World at War on Steam? Perhaps we can set up a little game. That might be a laugh. Or maybe if more of you have Black Ops 3, we can play that. But it has to be on Steam. How many people can play online on split screen? Well, the cool thing about what I like about this, I'm playing it on Steam, but I can play split screen on here. So I can play 2-player split screen for Black Ops 3, that is. But it's the same for Black Ops 1, I'm pretty sure. But I do enjoy that. The split screen works very well. And it's not really a feature that people often care about on PC, but it's a feature I care about. For instance, me and my fiancée played Baldur's Gate 3, the whole thing split screen on this computer. We enjoyed that. We've played split screen zombies on here. It works well. Right, let's get into another one. Let's try... Ascension's quite hard. They're all quite hard, to be honest. Town Reimagine. Oh, these are custom maps. 10 years, set years after the events of transit. Me and my childhood... Oh, your childhood friend would always come over and we would play Minecraft, Call of Duty World at War, and Black Ops 2, and any other 360 game. Minecraft is a good game to go back to, I must say. I always enjoy playing Minecraft. Just going back, building a house. What I always like to do is dig down and build some sort of underground base. And I still enjoy that to this day. There's something timeless about Minecraft. These maps on Black Ops 3, I just have no idea what's going on. They're just totally insane. Let's try Moon. I don't know any of the Easter eggs on these games. But yeah, I do like that these games run really well on PC. The ones that what are your guys' least favourite Call of Duty? Because mine was probably when they came out with the World War II Call of Duty, and I just thought it was awful, the amount of waiting time you had. So for instance, on World at War, I can load that up, go straight into a game, and I'm playing. World War II version, I click find game, it loads a menu where you have to see every player and their skins. That's a whole loading screen. And then I think there's a pre-game lobby. Or maybe that was the pre-game lobby. And then you can get into it. And it's just so much added waiting before you get into a game. Oh, you need to get the spacesuit, don't you? There we go. And I just noticed that more and more. Like if I load up I don't actually have the latest COD, but if I load up, say, whatever most current one I have, then it's a whole load of waiting. I just want to click find game and go into the game. I've never been one to care for that screen where everyone's there in their skins. I just don't care about it. And that's something in itself. I don't know about you guys, but how do you feel about skins in games and microtransactions? Because I, for one, have never seen the point in me ever buying them. I mean, I have bought some, just for full transparency, I have bought some skins in Counter-Strike and eventually sold them on. So maybe I'm a little bit of a hypocrite there. That's just full transparency. But for most games, I've never seen the point in buying skins because, say for instance in Counter-Strike, I was able to sell those skins on, and I actually bought Baldur's Gate with my Steam funds that I had. But most of the time, seeing all these skins in that just irritate me because I don't care. They don't add anything to the game for me. I just want to play the game. I don't want to buy them. Black Ops 4 is terrible. 5,000 bullets to get 1 kill. Well, everyone feels bullet spongy. You like it only on Rocket League and Rainbow Six. I'm guessing that's Rainbow Six. When you say R6. And what are you talking about, the microtransactions and skins and that sort of thing? I'll be honest, I would never buy the skins on Rainbow Six Siege either. I would only want the operators. And even then, I don't buy them. I just play the game and eventually get them with the in-game currency. You never cared about skins until you played Valorant. It changes the gunplay when you get a new skin. So see, that's where it's like this different line where, is that skin now pay to win or not? Has it given you this extra power? I don't know. Where are these zombies? I should probably just go back. Oh, hello, mate. Bang. Come to the doctor. So, yeah, Rainbow Six Siege. I really like that game. I'm absolutely pants at it. But I can't say I've ever been tempted to buy skins in that game. But, yeah, full transparency, I have bought skins before on Counter-Strike. And I did like that whole sort of vibe where there's a store and you could see the value go up and down. That was quite fun, like a game within the game. And then the fact that I could sell it and then buy games with those skins, I just like that added little bonus there. I think that skins and things that don't affect gameplay are good, but things like map packs that come out a week after game release aren't okay. Yeah, that's interesting because a lot of these older CODs, that's how they worked, wasn't it? It was map packs that you bought. Say you was on the Xbox, you had the little Xbox store. I think here it was like £9. You get that little list, map pack 1, and then you get more multiplayer maps and a zombies map. At the time, I quite liked that. At the time that was the thing, because you could still, even though it was kind of irritating when I wanted to play, I just wanted to press A, find match, and then it would load up to screen. It's like, you don't have the DLC for this, and it'd kick you out the game. Be like, oh. But I was okay with it. I could still play the game. If I chose the right lobby, it didn't change my gameplay at all. But you did feel like you was missing out, so it did instill that a little bit, because you couldn't just press A and go find match, because it would say, you need the DLC for that. Or you'd be in a lobby, and then it would kick you out when you go to the next game, because it would say, sorry, we've loaded into a match with the DLC. But do I prefer that to skins? I'm not sure, because in these days, you would just get the map for free. But it would keep advertising to you, buy the battle pass, buy the skins. That's what we're waiting for. I appreciate the chill time though. It allows me to actually talk. So yeah, it's kind of like two different worlds now. And like Johnny said here, CS is good for investment in skins. That's what I mean, because you can resell them. Whereas say I buy a skin in I don't know, whatever other game it is. I can't think of one right now, but I can't sell them on. So that, yeah, there's a whole market to it. Just looking at my stream, I think for the next one, I need to make the chat a lot bigger. Because the chat is absolutely tiny on the screen. At least it's there. But for you guys watching on YouTube, the chat is next to the stream anyway, so it's kind of redundant if there's no one on Twitch chatting. I think there is good microtransactions and bad microtransactions. If they're fun, I feel myself buying more of them. If I feel like fun is what's missing in... Oh, don't hit me. If they're fun, I feel myself buying more of them. I feel like fun is what's missing in those microtransactions. Yeah, because for me, I don't get any fun out of buying a skin. Especially like this. It's first person view. The only skin that really changes anything is the gun skin. My character, I could not care less about. Used to love Far Cry 3 multiplayer. No skin nonsense. Plus make your own maps and friends could play. That does sound fun. That's something I like about these older games. Actually, I see it in a lot of modern games too, but building your own content and then seeing people play it is fun. You can get that feeling from a game called Trackmania. You can build your own racing track and then put it up for review and people will play it and they can rate your map. On older games, I used to like playing... Let's actually open a door. I used to like playing Warcraft 3 and then I would make a custom map and me and my friends would play that. Could I? Yes, there you go. There's something fun about making something and having people play it. And I think Black Ops 3 has a good little community of people who do that as well. There's a lot of custom maps on this. However, I have seen that a lot in modern games. I'm not a Roblox player by any means. I've seen it around. A lot of students at college play Roblox, and from what I've seen, there is a huge amount of variety and creativity in those games. Again, I'm not the target audience. Perhaps not many of you are either, but it's a massive game, and I can see the appeal. And it seems like almost quite a simple process to make your own game and have people play it. So that must be fun. Have I ever played the BioShock series? Besides WoW and CODs, that's the only campaign series I played through. Oh, don't hit me in the back, you little cheeky monkey. I've played BioShock Infinite, but never the first ones. I would be interested in trying System Shock. But no, I've never played those, but I have heard fantastic things about them. I do know, I think for BioShock 1, people have told me what happens, so a little bit of spoilers there for me. Which is a bit of a shame, because I like games with a twist. I won't spoil it in case no one here has played it. Or hasn't played it, I should say. I'm just opening doors now. I think this can be one of the most confusing maps on Black Ops 3 Zombies. But yeah, microtransactions that I can think of that I enjoyed was probably those map packs, because I always wanted to play the latest Zombies map. And that's why I do feel, in a way, let down by the Zombies maps of today. Yes, they're big. Yes, there's a lot going on. But there's just some sort of like magic that's missing for me. And I'm not quite sure what it is. Perhaps it's something I would have to think about deeply to come up with the answer. Is this like... Am I supposed to turn this on? I know to pack a punch you're supposed to go back down to earth, but... I never knew how to activate that. This is quite a nice gun. Bang. Dead. What's some early 2000s games that you guys still like to return to this day? Or even 90s games? Oh, in fact, we've had the complete opposite question here. Is there any modern games that you like? Do I even play any modern games? That is a tough question. I don't even think so. I don't think I do. This game came out 10 years ago. And this one feels a lot more modern than World at War. I guess Rainbow Six Siege that can be considered modern, even though that game came out. Isn't that a 10-year-old game at this point? But it is continuously updated to this day. But what constitutes a modern game? When it came out or when it was last updated? Because if that's the case, you could say World of Warcraft Classic is a modern game, but I don't think anyone would agree with that, because that game is old. So let's just say Rainbow Six Siege is a 10-year-old game and not a modern game. Just to align with that, I don't think I do. If it was a modern game, it would probably be some sort of single-player game. Even then, I am really struggling. Even VR games at this point, they feel like they've been completely given up on. I was considering doing a stream where I check out the latest VR games and I play them. Because I've got an Oculus 2, I could plug that into my computer. I could play some VR games. And I looked at the list and I was like, nothing good has come out, from what I can tell, since Half-Life Alyx. What was that zombie doing? System Shock 2 will be a modern game soon. So that's a remake right there. Oh wait, no. System Shock 2. That is a entirely new game, isn't it? Or is it? I don't know much about that series. I thought System Shock was the first game and then it went to Bioshock, right? So it is a new one. You played through the Far Cry series. That's a game, I think I played Far Cry 3, but I never got further than that. Do you know what? After this Zombies match, I'll have a quick look at my Steam list and see if there's any modern games in my recently played. Maybe it will jog my memory. I have no idea where I'm going on this map. Is it bad that sometimes some games that I consider new and modern are now 10 years old? And I'm still in that mindset of when it first came out. Oh, my ammo's almost out. That's not good news. I'm not a fan of these teleporting ones, I must say. There's something about being 30, the way time compresses. And you think something's modern, and it turns out it was 10 years ago. I have no ammo. Uh-oh. I got two of them at once. What do I do here? Can I jump over this? No! Oh no! Why can't I jump over these? Okay, I can get revived. What a nuke. That was entirely planned, I must say. Yes, I'm going to have to check my Steam after this just to see if I have played any modern games. Because that's an interesting question. What games do you guys mostly play? Are they old games or are they new games? Okay, I need to buy this. Oh, I need more money. Come on, die. Blow up. Oh no. Right, let's have a quick look. Steam. It's not looking good here, guys. My most recently played Black Ops 3, World at War, Siege, Subnautica, Dead Space 2008, Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, Quake 1, and Skyrim. So no, I haven't played any modern games recently. In February, I played a game called The Headliners. Let's bring my Steam over here. This is a modern game. I played it for 65 minutes. Does that count? How many hours have I played this for? 43 hours of Black Ops 3 fun. My most played game on here is Counter-Strike 2. I haven't played this recently at all though. You can see I've last played November 2024. But I've got 1,600 hours on there. So no, I have not played any modern games recently. And in fact, I've been playing older games. As time goes on, I've actually gone back to playing older games like Warcraft 3. That game came out, what, over 20 years ago? World of Warcraft Classic. That's 20 years ago. Am I stuck in the past, or are you guys here with me? We've got messages here. Sometimes Minecraft. Dota 2. Again, they are games that are old. Let's make this chat a little bit bigger, shall we? Does that help? In fact, let's crop that a little bit. How's that? Is that a little bit more readable for you? I can't seem to squeeze the chat in the way that I'd like to, so it is what it is. Guys, I'm going to go for a quick wee and then we'll go on to the next one. I return. Do a live stream of My Name is Mayo next. I have no idea what that is. Let me look that up. In fact, just while we're chatting briefly, let's just switch it back to full screen. We will get back to the coddening. My Name is Mayo. Let's have a look. It's very cheap, 79 pence. So what is it, like a clicker game? This is a clicking adventure that simulates the real life of tapping a mayonnaise jar. Oh, Valheim! Sorry. Valheim is a fantastic game. Oh, see you later, Clivine. I don't know if you're still here. Apparently we've received 100 messages a day, according to Restream. Thanks for the message, Restream. Yes, Valheim, fantastic game. Absolutely love playing that. In fact, I've got an old world on there. That's a whole cool topic we could talk about. Old worlds. And so I was just wanted to check out what that game was. That mayonnaise game. I just hadn't heard of it. Yeah. How do you guys feel when you load up an old survival game? Like a map that you worked on. For instance, when you say you've played Minecraft like a year ago with some friends and they're not playing the game anymore, and you load up Minecraft now to look at that map, how does it make you feel? Or when you've played Valheim or any of those survival games and you load up the map and no one's there anymore and you're looking around at all of the fun that you used to have. For me, it makes me feel a bit strange, a bit not empty, but I can't continue that world. If I want to play Minecraft, I've got to make a new world. There's too much tied in with that map. There's too much tied in with the times that have already happened in that Minecraft map. And it's strange because there was one map that we played during lockdown. There must have been like 8 of us on the server. The map was really populated, all these buildings. We were online most days playing it. And we was playing the Bedrock edition. There's people playing on Xbox, playing on the Switch, playing on PC, playing split screen. And then you load it up now and it's empty. And I just think it gives me a strange vibe. An empty, hollow vibe looking at it. It's almost like going, not to a graveyard, but it's that sort of feeling. Loading up an old world and no one's there. And there's something about save files in general of old games, but something particularly poignant about survival games, because they're times of your life. For instance, I played through The Forest 2. I'm not sure if it was called The Forest 2, but there's a game called The Forest and there was a second one. I played through that with some friends, and I loaded up that map after we'd finished the game just to record I wanted to record my thoughts on it and like review it essentially. And it did give me this strange feeling because, you know, my friend wasn't on there collecting logs, or my other friend wasn't on there just exploring or getting food or whatever it was. We had our jobs. You go get wood. You build the house. You do this. You do that. That's all gone. And it's like Huge Jacksman said here, the memories and flashbacks of a bunch of stupid things we did. I mean, I feel we feel old at this point. It does make me feel old. But old in the moment. Just the fact that that moment's now past. And we're not playing that game anymore. And there's so many of those kind of games. And it might even be a single player game where you build a base. For instance, there's a game called... let me look it up on Steam. Oxygen Not Included. A game I played for 108 hours, apparently. But I really like that game. And there'll be that one map where I was really into the game. Where all of my hours went into that game, into that one map. And I might have been watching a particular person on my second screen. And then I'm playing Oxygen Not Included. And I stop playing it. And if I return to that now, I can't continue that map. Because that was a moment in my life that's no longer there. And that's how I feel about playing old survival games where your friends aren't there anymore. That's how I feel about playing these base building games. And I'm not in the same headspace anymore. I find it hard to return to them. And hello, Jimo Thier. Thanks for joining us today. Peter says, used to play Modern Warfare 2, OG in private lobby with people, and I made friends with online. They have moved on to new CODs, but I still load up and hope to see one in the lobby. And I think that encapsulates that feeling of loading up survival games for me, or loading up whatever it is. And you're just not in that same... It's not the same time. It's like you've moved on. And it might even just be 6 months. It shows you how quickly you move on as a person. What's on the agenda today? So pretty much just chatting. I have been playing Zombies. Just finished a game. But I'm open to play whatever we feel like playing today. I have been floating the idea of perhaps maybe... If you have Black Ops 3 on PC, you could hop in right now. Or we could make a lobby on World at War. That would be pretty fun. Whatever's going really, but we're just chatting. So Sports says, old maps are nostalgic. Actually time capsules. Yes. It's a project on how it projects how we thought back then. Yes, I've got to go back. It does. You've said it better than I've said it, I must say. They are nostalgic. And even if it has just been even a month since you stopped playing that game, that headspace has completely changed. You know, for me, I'm not that same person anymore. I'm a different person. And that's what I find... It is a sad feeling, loading up those games. Because you had all those times and they're behind you. But it's nice to have been able to have those nice times in those games. So I think that's what the most important thing from that is. It's having those times, playing those games, having those memories, having your friends there, or if you're playing that single player game, being so laser focused on that game. There's a time in your life where you was completely focused on something and not worrying about your problems or worrying about life in general. You're just thinking about playing this game. And for me also, that's how I kind of feel about World of Warcraft as well, because there was that one time where all of us were playing it. You know, people in the guild are playing it. Call me Jim Man. All right, Mr. Jim Man. I actually haven't played Black Ops 3. You stopped playing after Black Ops 2. Well, Black Ops 2 was a good one. Black Ops 3's, I just use it for this mode. Zombies. Because it's got all of these classic maps. In fact, let's try an absolutely... I don't know what this one's going to be like. Super Mario Halloween. For some reason, I've got a Mario map. Let's check it out. But yeah, I think that's an interesting thing to talk about. Is those times on those old maps, old saves. And have a little bite of watermelon as we talk about it. Super Mario Halloween.
Press start to play.
Okay then. Oh, I don't have 500. Actually gives me a zombie count as well. You don't usually get that, I must say. I get that feeling as well if I try and play Counter-Strike, where it's just not the same. That moment's past, to be honest, when that everyone was fascinated by that game. The moment's past where I could probably ask to get a team on, but I don't think I'd enjoy it in the same way. Is this a door? What the hell? I remember when I first got my PC and I invited this one friend over because he knows how to get pirated games, and we got Dark Souls on my PC. And since then, I played it 1,000 hours pirated and 500 hours since I bought it. I had a similar situation, but with Skyrim. I think I played through that game maybe 3 times before I bought it. But I ended up never really playing it much when I got my Steam copy. Because I was just like, why did I even buy this? I've played it. But they got the money out of me in the end. Ding. Now, I do find it hard to go back to Counter-Strike because when I was in it, I was practicing. I was practicing my aim. I was practicing like jiggle peaks like this. That's what I mean by a jiggle peak. I was practicing grenade spots. I was watching videos. It was like the passion, the thing. Oh, Mario says that's the horror because I can't afford the gun. Can I now? I need 20 more. Die! And it's like I said earlier in the stream, and if you weren't here, it was about purpose. And at the time that purpose was to play Counter-Strike. That was my purpose as a human. And there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, purpose is a hard thing to feel. And I have found that through video games. Is it me or is it harder to make game friends now? I think I don't know if you guys agree, but I feel like it's because it can be easy to become quite isolated. As we all fragment into like these niche games, you know, some friends, I might have one friend playing Warcraft 3, a bunch of friends playing Rocket League, and they only play that. And then there seems to be a lot of negativity online as well. People are very angry. They're very quick to be angry. If you do something wrong in Counter-Strike, someone will start swearing at you. They'll say, "What the fuck are you doing?" They will. I've had many people being very angry on the mic, and you just want to play the game. And that's why when I play Rainbow Six Siege, I just turn the chat off. Because I won't lie, I in the past I used to very easily get angry myself if someone's telling me what to do in the video game. So yes, I think the nature of us all being sort of fragmented, doing our own thing, being more in niche things makes it harder. And that's why I enjoyed my time in World of Warcraft so much. It's sort of a natural, like, oh, here's 40 people, you have to work together. You have to be on Discord. You don't have to be, but for the communication you do. And if you're doing that every week, you get to know them. And you might just be the kind of person, for a long time I was the kind of person that just sat in the background and didn't say anything. And then I started talking to a couple of people and I grew more confident to actually talk in the voice chat over time. And I did make some friends that I would consider friends to this day. But have I made any new friends recently? No, it is hard, you're right. But is that because I close myself off to it? I turn off the voice chat. I try and not look at the chat inside the game because I don't want to get angry. But I'm blocking myself off to that potential of meeting someone I might like. I don't know. This map is a bit naff, isn't it?
The horror.
I must say, this ain't it. So I'm currently doing stuff while watching you, so unfortunately won't be able to play with you. I'm finding it hard to play competitive FPS shooters now, such as Valorant or CS. I won't lie, I'm in the same boat with competitive shooters being hard to play. I can have a good time on Siege, and I mostly have a good time when I'm not trying to win. Maybe that's where a lot of the fun gets sucked out, is these systems of ranking and trying to get better and everyone trying so hard because they want to be the best, and it pulls the fun out of it. Like, what's wrong with just chilling on the game and being bad at the game? We're not professionals playing it. Why do you need to feel the need to get angry when someone makes a mistake? But it's because everyone puts so much value in it. They value trying to win, and it enrages people. I've been very guilty of it in the past. Guilty of taking it too seriously. Because people are so angry and rude. I mean, some people are just angry and rude. For me, I was just unhappy, I think. I was pouring all this energy into Counter-Strike, and I wasn't like swearing at the people I was playing with. I was swearing. Like, down the mic, I might be like, fuck, or swearing, but I'm swearing at myself. A lot of the time for me, I'm disappointed in myself. I could have done this better. Why didn't I try harder? Why didn't I aim? Oh, if only I reacted sooner. And I'd always tell myself I could have done that if I had reacted sooner, if I had noticed this, if I had done whatever it was. But I just put too much importance in it. Some people online are just out to make you angry, and they relish it. Some people are just really unhappy, and they're having a bad time in life, and now they're having a bad time in the game. And they see it, that it's your fault. So while it's hard, it's to even like I got to take my own advice here. But if someone is swearing at you online, try not to take it personally, because they're probably just having a bad time. I'm giving you that Codditch, Jim. So yeah, it is one of those sort of games. As long as I like to play it in a relaxed fashion. I'm trying to make friends through local Discord communities. That's a good way to do it, to be honest. But most of them like to go down the pub a lot, which I find too overwhelming for me when it comes to socialising. I'll be honest, I went to some bars yesterday. I don't drink alcohol, so I had this, what do you call it? When you mix like a fruity drink. A cocktail. I guess you call it a mocktail. It's very sweet, but it's a really loud environment, I must say, and I do like things to be quite mellow and quiet. So it's quite overwhelming. It's not my sort of environment that I would typically go to, but it was something different. I haven't done that in a long time. As we get older, we become less tolerant of other people's frustrations. Perhaps because we have so much responsibility, more responsibility than we did as kids and young adults. That is very true. And I think it's just that yes, it's the responsibility, but also I think that we've been in these positions so many times before, and it's just a waste of time a lot of the time just to be so angry. You're not getting anything out of it. I mean, sometimes you can channel anger into something good, but channeling your anger into someone online because they made a mistake in a video game is not it. I'm not happy until you're not happy. That is the motto that a lot of people unintentionally live by. I mean, I see it in my YouTube comments. I know a lot of you wouldn't see it because when you click the video, it sorts it by top rated. But I get a lot of comments where people just hate what I'm saying. And that's something I'm trying to deal with myself. And it feels very much the same as people yelling at you in a Counter-Strike match because you done something slightly wrong. Been hacked and demoted because I was winning free-for-all Modern Warfare 3. That's terrible. Exactly, it was hilarious. One time my teammates were swearing about everything we did. And I said, "Are you okay?" We talked later after the game and actually became in-game friends. There you go. I mean, that's one reason why it's worth having the voice chat open. Which I never do. Maybe it's something I should try, but I don't know. I find it a lot of pressure. Here we go. I'm going to get the power on this Mario map. What we got going on over here? Stamina up. It's very big and open, this map. I'm considering blowing myself up so I can move on to a normal map. Although it makes it easier to talk with these zombies running at me from such a large distance. Right. Yeah, so online rage it's not something I like to engage with. I've been too guilty of it myself in the past, and I've suffered the negative consequences for it. It's loud, crammed environment of the pub that gets you a lot. With my autism, it always makes me overstimulated. This is similar to just day-to-day tasks. I did feel that yesterday where, like, I live in a small town and I was in London, and the presence of so many people walking past me, I actually felt a bit lightheaded. It was just that feeling of overwhelm, but it did pass, luckily. I managed to get focus on it. And when I was like deep in a chat with one of my friends, we were walking through the crowds of people, it was almost like the crowds of people weren't there. But it's not an environment I usually enjoy, just being surrounded by all these people. I thought this was a door. Is this a door? It's a very strange looking door. It is not a door. This is a very peculiar map. Or maybe I can't buy it because I've got this death machine. You're trying to make friends, but it feels limited. Well, like you said, Discord can be a good place for it. Oh, wait. I forgot you can... Oh my god. You can wall run. I actually totally forgot this was a feature. Have I been able to do that on the other zombies maps? I just didn't realise. I actually forgot that was the feature that they were advertising for Black Ops 3. You can run on walls and do all this crazy stuff. I don't have to double jump. Yeah, making new friends is hard, actually. Without being in like a community space. And again, I mentioned this earlier, but the gym is that place for me. It's that community space where I think I find it easier to talk to people. And you usually come across people that are trying to improve themselves naturally because they're in the gym. And I find that can be a source of energy. Oh. There you go. I find that a great source of energy for me is having people who bring positive vibes in the sense of they're trying to improve their situation, their lives, I think it encourages me to do the same. So in a sense, I think it's just changing your environment and the people that you interact with. It can have a huge difference on your well-being. Oh, I see. This is just a door for me, but zombies can go through it. So how do I get over here then? There you go. The guy who made this map, you always win. Okay, I can just open it. And we're at the Pack-a-Punch. But yeah, I haven't made many new friends over the years. Especially like in my 30s. Would you consider the people you work with friends? Or are they just colleagues? I like the people I work with. But would I hang out with them in my free time? I mean, I haven't. I have a little bit. Wait, what? I've got a pot here. I don't know. It's kind of like, because there's all sorts of different people at work. I don't know if it'd be the kind of people I'd spend... Maybe they would like playing games. I don't know. I just haven't asked. I would get on quite well with a lot of people at work. I think I would. Consider them friends. Everyone around you in your local city feels like they're going 100 miles per hour past you. By the time I get home, I literally sleep for a few hours, like your energy is drained. I think that's just the vibe in a city. Cities can be overwhelming. Everyone's got places to be. And in a sense, it's like, yes, you're surrounded by people, but everyone's in their own world and no one wants to talk to each other. So it's a bit lonely, really. It's a lonely place to be surrounded by busy people. And that's where those areas to me become even more important, like the gym. Uh-oh. I can't run on this wall. There you go. But yeah, I'm not a fan of like... I think it's to do with that feeling of energy again. I just don't like the energy of so many people walking around me. The crazy thing is, I was walking through a crowd of people and I was like thinking to myself, imagine if this was all the people who left comments on my video. There'd be some people that hate me, some people that like me, some people that relate to me, some people who are similar to me, people who are nothing like me, people who just want to disagree with everything I say, people who think that I'm lying. And it was really overwhelming to think about that. I mean, think about this. How many people are watching now? About 30 people. Imagine us 30 people all in a room together. It would feel like a lot of people, right? That's like a large classroom in a school. Imagine if I was standing on a stage saying this right now and you're all watching me. It's a totally different vibe, but do you think it would be do you think all of us would get on in it? I'm dead. Do you think we'd all get on in that sort of environment? I imagine that what's brought us together is that we're all quite similar. Perhaps. And that would be quite a unique experience. I have attempted to push past the colleague boundary, but it's never gone past work conversations. Yeah, I think it could be... oh, there's a nuke over here. It can be difficult. And I've been invited to quite a few like after work things going on. Like they'll go to the pub and like go for a drink. But the thing that I find difficult with that is I don't drink. And it's not an environment I really go to. I did give it a chance once. It was quite fun, actually. Oh, no. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. Take me with you. Take me to the next map. That map was way too open for me. Sorry, I'm chewing watermelon down the mic. When was the last time you guys felt truly at peace? That's a big question. I'd like to throw that out there. And when's the last time I truly felt at peace? At peace. I'll be honest, I feel at peace right now. I feel pretty good. Sitting here talking to you guys, I feel pretty relaxed actually. My heart rate is 71. I have the stats right now. I can even look. Apparently, I'm experiencing low stress. But truly at peace, I'll be honest, I feel that when, if I go out for a nice walk and the sun's out, there's no cars, so there's not the sound of cars going past, and I can hear the birds, I do feel at peace. And I think going out into the woods and being in nature is something that brings me a lot of peace, and I don't do it enough. And maybe it could bring you a lot of peace too. Getting wasted is a feeling I never wanted to feel. I used to enjoy that. Although I never wanted to get to the point where I was completely out of control. I never wanted to feel completely out of control of my body, because I've seen people that I know get to that point. For instance, one person I knew, she drank so much that we had, well, I didn't end up staying, but some of her friends had to literally hold her up or she couldn't breathe. I don't think I've ever been that drunk before. But there was something fun to drinking in the past, which I don't do now. So I can't say that it's not something... I never wanted to be completely lose control of my body or my motor functions, but I did used to like numbing myself. But was it just for that? Was I just numbing myself because I was unhappy? Or was I doing it because I genuinely enjoyed it? I don't know. I used to drink in my early 20s, but I feel like I've grown out of that now. I feel the same. I feel like I've grown out of it. And maybe that's because as we age, health becomes more important. Maybe it's because we don't want to feel that hangover. And maybe it's because we kind of know who we are a bit more. I think that's the case for me. I realised that alcohol was just a vessel for hiding my anxieties and how I actually felt. For instance, when I would go to a house party or a bar and I was drinking, I would drink until that feeling went away. I would drink until the anxiety was gone, or I felt like I was having fun. And that was always the goal. I remember one house party in particular, going around there, and I didn't like the way that the father in the household was talking to my fiance at the time. For some reason it triggered me, and I came into the house just really pissed off, and I started drinking, and I had to drink until I had that anxiety go away. Because it's like, say there was all the people, I didn't know them, in the other room, and I felt like I can't go in there. I can't talk to these people. There's that feeling in the back of my mind. I can't go and talk to these people. So I went into the kitchen with some people that I did know, and I drank. And I drank until I felt like I could talk to people. I still didn't go into that room, but I drank until that feeling of being uncomfortable went away. And then I was able to have fun. But in retrospect, looking at these times, like that one, for instance, it's just the drinking was just masking those feelings. I didn't know it at the time. At the time, I just felt uncomfortable, and I had the alcohol that was there. But yes, looking back, it's that I'm no longer willing to mask that feeling anymore. I want to be comfortable in my own skin as me, and I don't want to mask it. So I don't drink alcohol. And that does mean that sometimes I do feel overwhelmed by the environments that I'm in, and that it can be a bit of a challenge, but it means that I learn more about myself, and I learn how to deal with who I am as a person. I learn how to deal with how I react to things instead of just dulling it with alcohol and masking it. And like Sports Zealot 111 has said, after 30, hangovers are much longer. Yesterday I drank 2 beers and felt sick. It just becomes harder to deal with. And Jim says he agrees. I feel like for me I was hanging around with the wrong crowd. I was trying to cloak my insecurities with drinking when going to clubs, and that's exactly what I would do. It's just, for me, it was dulling that feeling of being uncomfortable. I didn't like that feeling. But instead of learning about who I was, I would just mask it. So yeah. Dreezy, hey, your videos help me process my own emotions a lot. I've been going through some really rough times internally. Thanks. Oh, I'm glad that you've been able to find something useful in these videos. Thank you so much. So yeah, that was an important thing to talk about there. Alcohol use is something I'm glad that I don't do now. I'm glad that it's not part of my life now. But it's good to look at these things in retrospect. It's good to learn about yourself, why you did the things that you did, and why you do the things you do now. I think that's the harder question, because it's easy to analyse things in the past, and that's where being 32 has given me distance from those things I did in my 20s, to learn, why did I do those things? Why did I act that way? But maybe it won't be until my 40s where I truly learn why I'm doing the things I'm doing today. In that sense, it's possibly a cycle of constant learning, and maybe you never truly learn who you are fully. It's just a constant cycle of what's going on. Is my computer frozen? No. oh, we're back.
This place looks cool.
So I thought my computer froze.
Now is a Mai Tai and a hula girl.
Black Ops 3 killing my computer. Wait, my keyboard. Okay, I lost control there. My character was doing something completely different. My computer doesn't know who he is. Maybe I've been hacked. Fitness question. When did you start seeing body changes when starting your workout routine? So for me, when I started working out, I didn't actually notice the changes until I got a picture of myself taken 8 months after I started. Well, okay, I'm getting off of this map as fast as possible. It's locking my computer up. I don't know what's going on. You froze for a minute. Yeah, whatever's going on with this this map is locking me up. So I'm getting off of that. So anyway, I don't know how much of that was cut out there. So let's go with the fitness question. When did you start seeing body changes when starting your workout routine? So when I started seeing fitness changes was I didn't notice until I took a picture of myself 8 months down the line. And in fact, oh, my whole computer's running slow now, guys. Uh-oh. Let me just pull up that picture now, because I've got a before and after. What's going on with my PC? I might need to close Black Ops quickly. Is the stream still going? Are we still alive? Call of Duty's just frozen. I don't know what's going on here. Let me just pull up the stream on my laptop. We're still live on Twitch, so... Okay, I need to get off of COD now. Uh-oh. This is not going well. Oh, F4. Okay, I've accidentally closed everything, so we'll be back. I'm hoping I'm still going. So, fitness. I can show you the before and after. And then that'll be an interesting thing to look at. So it was 8 months down the line that I actually saw massive changes. And I think most of the changes happen very quickly. Way quicker than you can imagine, actually. Because there's this thing called beginner gains. The stream is still going. The strange thing is, I can see the chat on my stream, but the chat on the restream is not working. So I'm just going to send a test message. Hello. Ah, I got that. Okay, so it seems like all your guys' comments that you said just now have been wiped for me. Froze for a minute, stream is still going, everything looks okay. Okay. So yeah, on my Instagram I do have my before and after picture. I'm not even sure I can show it actually, because on Twitch I don't think you're allowed to be shirtless. And I am shirtless. Let me see if I can get a picture that... Yeah, I'm completely shirtless, so I don't think I can show it. This one will work, so I'll pull up that one. And where's a pre-gym picture of me? I don't know if I've got one. Without my shirt on. Oh, yeah, this isn't going to be very good without my before picture. Anyway, it was about 8 months and I saw big changes. And that was with not much thought into my training. That was just having fun in the gym. So yeah, let's load up a little bit of World at War while we're having problems here. And play a little bit of multiplayer. Because that was quite terrifying. My webcam will freeze a little bit while I load the game. Because World at War, for some reason, really taxes the computer. Oh yeah. I assume this was the same diet each week. So my diet at the time, I was drinking this drink called Huel. It's not something I really drink now, but... Oh, let's try one of these strange servers. So here you go. Just for you guys who ask me how I play World at War, it's this simple. So I click. You got these options here. I click Find Game. And then I order it by players. In fact, I usually order it by ping. And I get this server come up right here, which I always join. Or there's this one here, which is 12 ping. But if I order it in order of players, you can see that there's quite a few servers with players in. For instance, we've got these strange jetpack servers. So let's try one of those out. My diet consisted of... I almost mostly went into drinking Huel, which was this meal replacement drink. And that was like a lot of what I ate. Oh, it's a free-for-all we're going into. Oh. That was a great game, guys. Really fun game right there. I only ate Huel. It was about 80% Huel at the time. And then over the years... I might need to turn this game down a little bit. Over the years, I started learning more about it. Wait, can I jump? Oh yeah, so I've got anti-gravity. I did not want a shotgun, I must say. What were submachine gun? Go to Thompson. Whee! Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, over time I learnt more about nutrition. So when I started drinking Huel, I felt better because my diet was lacking. I was mostly eating carbohydrates, like pastas, whatever I fancied eating, breads, all that sort of thing. And then I started drinking Huel, and I felt a lot better. I had more energy. I wasn't gaining weight though, but it was making me feel a hell of a lot better. And what changed and what made me start gaining weight was putting milk in my Huel. Ooh, 400 XP. So yeah, my diet today was formed from all that knowledge that I gained from drinking that meal replacement drink. And that idea probably seems horrible to a lot of you, drinking a meal replacement drink. But to me, I find doing the same thing every day very easy. Eating the same things every day. Doing things at the same times every day. It's that routine I've learnt about myself that makes me thrive in a way. There you go. Headshot. X-ray vision 1. But yeah, that's what led to a lot of progress in the gym for me. And the fact that I enjoyed going to the gym. And to follow on that question someone asked a lot earlier in the stream, asking whether it's too late for things. I know it's mostly career orientated question, but gym is definitely one of those things. I don't think it's ever too late. I'm thinking about coming off of this weird server with the. I like being able to run on the ground, so I'm going to put in all the players. Legion Hard Team Deathmatch. That sounds interesting. I'm going to join that one. Hard Team Deathmatch. I've never joined this server. It looks like I'm not going to be able to. See, you hear that music? That's creepy, right? It's got a whole vibe to it, this game. This is creepy. This is why I love this game. Right, so I'm going to join this. Old Git's having fun. BO on battery. That's my go-to server. It is chill. There is bots. And there should be some players. And whenever someone joins, it will replace that bot. But I find this server is chill. Do I have my bolt action? Okay. On that other server, it changed it to a shotgun. Which I find very strange. What is this map? Oh. Yeah, this feels more my pace. We're not just all jumping around. Who shot me? Oh, he's under there. It's crazy how much the aim is different to... Die! Ah. It's crazy how much the aim... Let's have a look. There's quite a lot of players in here. I mean, there are some bots, but... There's quite a lot of people on right now. What was I going to say? I can't remember. Anyway. So we was talking about... Oh, genuinely at peace. Oh. What emotion do you hide the most? Oh. I did not see him. That's a weird spot to be in. For me, it's probably my anxiety and fear. It's interesting that you only use food... I'm dead. Food replacements like Huel. Yeah, I mean, that was just I was sort of predisposed to liking that idea when I worked in a care home. And I saw these little meal replacement drinks. Yeah, I shot you in the knob. And I thought, what a great idea. You can get all of your food in one little drink. And then when I remember going on Instagram and there was an advert for Huel, and I thought, I'm going to try it. How long did I use Huel for? When did I start drinking Huel? It must be 2017-ish. I think I started drinking Huel before I even started lifting. And then I must have stopped drinking it about 3 years ago. So quite a few years I was drinking Huel. They had all sorts of Huel products as well. There was someone there. Ah, he's dealt with him. And I was a big Huel person for a while, but I just totally went off of it. After I was like in the hospital and I came out, I just wanted to eat real food and not drink meal replacement drinks. So I went completely off of them. But it taught me a lot. It taught me the vitamins and nutrients that you need. I learned more. It spurred me on to research more about diet. Learned what important macro and micronutrients that you might need. I even recently did a nutrition course, actually. So I actually have a qualification in diet and nutrition now. It's a level 2 one, so it's not like an advanced course, but now I can say I'm qualified to talk about it. I wasn't before, but now I am. Oh, someone is trying to shoot me somewhere. I missed. I'm just going to move on. That's something in Counter-Strike they would say. If you miss from one angle, just move straight on. Why are you in hospital? So I have mentioned it in a few videos. I think quite a lot of them. But I've got an inflammatory bowel disease called ulcerative colitis. And I'll just get out of it. There you go. It's getting a bit wild down here. And it put me in hospital in 2022. And since then I've been on some pretty heavy medications. If you have happened to have, you probably have heard of Mr. Beast, or maybe Vic Star from the Sidemen. They also have Crohn's disease, and Mr. Beast is actually on the same medication that I'm on, interestingly enough. So it's interesting to hear him talk about that in the podcasts. But that put me in hospital, and after that I didn't want to drink meal replacement drinks anymore. I wanted real food. Oh, that was a flick shot. Oh no. But yeah, that taught me a lot. And I have to be very strict with what I put in my body because of that. So it did make me learn a lot about nutrition and diet because I had no other option. I had to. Because if I don't, my health will decline. Damn. So in a way, you could see that it's turning the negatives into a positive. Chronic disease meant that I learnt a lot about my body and what foods it needs to be healthy and function. Which I might... Oh, that was an enemy. And I might not have learnt that if I wasn't in hospital. Man, this gun sounds impactful. I like the sound of it. Last bullet. Truck nuts down. Bang. And I think that's one of the reasons why I've always found it easy to stay lean, and I find it hard to gain weight. So I've got kind of a blessing in that sense. Oh, that was a headshot. And that's actually something that... No! Oh! Oh, that was a dodgy fight. That reminds me of this feeling when you come out of hospital. I don't know if any of you have felt this before, but I call it the hospital glow. Where I was in hospital, I didn't know what was going on, and I had this feeling that I wanted to connect with everyone. And then I came out the hospital, and it's almost like I had this glow, this feeling that I felt so immensely positive. I felt really grateful for being alive. I felt a passion to help others and do things and talk about it and try and help others and just connect with everyone. But then that feeling dissipates and you end up going back to your old ways, who you always were. And I call that the hospital glow. Did I eat 3 Huels a day? I think some days I did. Most days I always had 1 and I would typically have 2. But yeah, like I said, I don't touch the stuff these days. I mean, honestly, I did have 1 the other day because it is a useful tool if you're going somewhere and you're like, what do I eat on the road? But other than that, I haven't had 1 in a really long time. It's literally just a one-off. And that, just while we're talking about that, watermelon. Right now, instead of having Huel, what I do is I just eat the same thing every day. Except for dinner. But I'm one of those people that I'm very happy to eat the same thing day in, day out. Sorry, I'm just going to eat some watermelon. Ooh, alright, I'm better now. You think Huel might be a good breakfast replacement? That's what I used to use it for. It's very good for that. Oh, I've played this map quite a few times. I don't do it now. Instead, I have like a bowl of fruit and kefir. I'm very into kefir, and that's what I have every day instead of Huel, is kefir, which is fermented milk. I just realised my character's got like a scratch on his finger. I've never noticed that before. I wonder if that detail's always been there. Remember that for if I die and respawn, look at his finger. I'm dead. I get that feeling because I hate to see someone suffering inside the hospital. It has a way worse condition than me. When I come out of hospital, I feel more grateful. Yeah, you get like this glowing feeling because you've experienced something terrible. All I can describe it is as a glow. But yeah, Huel, this is where I would say Huel's good. If you're someone who has no idea about diet, if you're someone that is just confused, maybe you've agreed that your diet is very poor, Huel can help you see that. Huel can help you see what it's like to get the vitamins that you need. But I see it as like a stepping stone in education. Like, what do you learn from drinking this meal replacement drink? I thought I saw someone there. No, I did. Did you feel better when you was on it? Then there's something missing from your diet. But if you're the kind of person that goes to the shop and buys meal deals or whatever it is, Huel might be a better option. But ultimately, I found the best option is to make all my food myself. And it saves you money. It's cheaper, you know what's in the food, there's less ingredients, and you're going to feel better if you do it consistently. But at the end of the day, all health stuff just comes down to consistency. How long can you do these things for over an extended period of time? And at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to in life, with everything. For instance, I heard this statistic recently that a lot of people don't make it past 20 videos on YouTube. 20. I'm over 500 now. Yes, not every video is going to perform very well, but the key is to do it regardless. And that's in all aspects of my life even. Not every meal is going to be the best. Not every day I'm going to feel energized. I'm not going to get good sleep every day. I'm not going to feel right as rain every day. Not every workout's going to be great. But it's that the consistency of doing it, even on those bad days, that builds up to something. So whether it's YouTube, diet, sleep, exercise, whatever it is, just keep doing it. As long as you're happy doing it. Health stuff in particular though, it's the kind of thing that I think is worth prioritising. As someone that has been in a bad state of health in the past, it's easy to slip back into, and I think it's worth maintaining your health, putting that energy into it, because it can help with all aspects. It can help with your mental health. It can help greatly with that. For instance, there's a guy that I've interviewed on this channel called Ed Lofts, who I learnt a lot of things from. He's a 7 times world champion kickboxer, and he says that movement is therapy. So moving your body, as in exercise, doing something, is the only way to deal with things. Dealing with your... Well, maybe not the only way, but it was one of the primary ways of dealing with mental struggles is movement. And I see that a lot in where I work, actually, in the college. There's a lot of students who are angry. There's a lot of students who... they want to punch something, and there needs to be space for people to be angry. It's not a bad thing. It's an emotion. And that's when I consider... I've got some boxing pads here. In fact, they're literally right here. I could bring these in. I could bring these boxing pads in. I've got the pads for them to hit as well. And then... oh, God, he's throwing a grenade at me. And then let them punch it. And then they might feel better afterwards. And some people just need to be angry sometimes. Sometimes I need to be angry. I need space to just punch something like this chair. I do like to give this chair a whack. And I think that we need to allow space for people to be angry and vent it, instead of just saying, oh, stop being angry. Suck it up. I think that's the worst thing, because that just leads to feeling frustrated. Yes, there's something to be said for trying to calm down, having a space to calm down, but if you truly feel like you need to do something, you're angry, you're riled up, I think you need space to go and vent it, like go punch a bag, whatever it is. That's my case anyway. When Ed says movement is therapy, that's what I take from it. And I think he's right. What do you do when you do exercise? When do you do exercise? Immediately after you get off your job? I like to do it early in the morning, because when it comes to the end of the day, I never feel in a fit state to do exercise. So it's kind of like a decision. Straight after breakfast, I like to do it. It's, if I'm going to do exercise, it has to be around then. But do it whenever you feel like you can. If you feel like evening's the best time, then do it in the evening. I mean, I used to train around 2 PM. And that's just changed as my priorities have changed over the years. But whenever you can fit it in. So yeah, that's an interesting chat right there. And it's something I have worked on a lot over the years, so it's something that I do have a lot of thoughts on. Something I've had to wrestle with. And I always try to prioritise movement, prioritise exercise and healthy eating. Because when I don't, I just I get so many issues that I'll just wish that I ate in a healthy way and did exercise. Oh, speaking of which, I need some calories. I've got some cashews. Welcome to the eating channel. Today we're taste testing cashews. Oh, come here. I'm shooting the wall. Oh, you have to aim a little bit high with this gun. Okay. I did actually try a shooting range once in real life. And I was rubbish at it. And that's when I learned that I actually need glasses. Because it was completely blurry. But it's just long distance things. Like, oh, short distance, completely fine. Long distance, it is falling off for me, I must say. I noticed that over COVID, my eyes were going. Man, there's something about bolt action rifles though. I do enjoy them. So, what's been going on in your guys' life? Has any world news been getting you down? I try to ignore those sort of things. I like to live by the ignorance is bliss kind of vibes. But I've noticed that I don't really watch any news unless I'm watching like Asmongold react to it. And that's how I learn a lot about the news, is I'll watch him watch the news. I saw someone up there. I don't know, how many of you guys do that too? Will you watch like your favourite YouTuber react to the news? Or is that not a very common thing? I think it must be quite common because the amount of views he gets in the millions. Get like 1 million views each video, so there must be a lot of you out there who also do that. But for the most part, I don't really watch what happens in the news, and I feel better for it. I find the times that I've let myself get absorbed with watching the news, it just makes me feel really like anxious and worried. Because it's like a fear machine. They want you to be scared. And I feel a lot better. I feel way less anxious and worried when I'm just focusing on what's going on in my life. There's nothing I can do about all these things around the world. I listen to Joe Rogan when I go on my daily walk. Yeah, I do like listening to Joe Rogan. But I like listening to him as a make me sleepy sort of way. Or there's Lex as well. I like listening to him. There's a cheeky spot up there. Oh, I shot Jake. I feel bad. I just killed myself. That's not very good. I love the scientists and doctors on this interviews. I've been really enjoying Lex's podcast where he'll get like all these people who focus on like AI and stuff. One, because the topic's interesting, but two, they usually talk in a way that makes me really sleepy, and that's the primary thing I'm looking for. They'll talk about all these things, I don't understand what they're saying, and I'll find that I'm beginning to feel nice and relaxed and drifting off. But I do enjoy listening to Joe Rogan too. And actually Theo Von as well. He's just always funny. I love listening to him just because it's usually something really entertaining. He just says the things in like the funniest way. Andrew Huberman, I have listened to him, but he's not one that I particularly listen to at the minute. But I find that it's like I go around in sort of cycles for me, where I'll listen to like one guy for like a couple of months and then I'll change who I'm listening to. I think I've always been like that with YouTube. Like right now, YouTube-wise, I'm watching a lot of Grubby, who's a Warcraft 3. I guess, yeah, it was an ex-Warcraft 3 pro. And I've been loving it. I've been playing Warcraft 3 myself, having a fun time. I'm tempted to stream it myself. And I've just, like, that's been my go-to. I'm relaxing, put on Warcraft 3 game. Lets me calm down a bit. But before that... Oh, hello. Hello, Jim. Before that, I was watching StarCraft 2. And now I've totally gone off of that. And it's just cycles. In a couple months, I might not be watching Grubby. I'll be watching someone else. And it's interesting the amount of people I've watched over the years. What is strange is when you load up your account, if you have access to it, your viewing history, and you can watch anyone you've ever watched. Whoa, my legs blew up. You can watch your whole history of who you've watched, the whole history of your channel, and it's like a window into the past you of what you was interested in at that time. Like, what was your passion at that time? Well, YouTube knows. Google knows a lot about you. All these things that I've forgotten, that I don't remember, they're all there in the YouTube history. It's kind of strange, and that's why the algorithm's so powerful, because it knows that much about you. Wait, I'm ranked 65? I need to prestige. It's almost prestige time. I'd have to back out to do that. Right, I'm just fueling up on cashews. There we go. This is a strange question. I've got a list of questions on my laptop. I'm not even sure how to answer this one. If your life had a mini-map, where would it be pointing right now? I'm not even sure that makes sense. If my life had a mini-map. Overhearing what you're saying about the news, I feel like I try to keep away from it as much as possible. Because in my opinion, I feel like it mentally doesn't do you any good. There is good stuff on the news, but not all the time. No, I 100% agree with that. I don't think it does me any good. I think the news does me a detriment. It makes me feel worse. It might even make me feel scared. Worried about something that I literally can't do anything about. Yeah, it's just not something I enjoy engaging in whatsoever. What's the name of the... Oh. I was about to... I know... I got these questions last time I streamed as well. You're trying to get me. Well, I've been gotten once. I've been gotten once. Is that fool me once statement? I've been fooled many times. I've made a fool of myself many times. Oh, is that a man lying down? It is, but I can't shoot him. He's immune. So, what's a sound from your childhood that instantly takes you back? A sound? I feel like those sort of things, you have to hear it to trigger the memory. Oh. But a lot of it would be like if I loaded up an old game. Here's something that I wanted to talk about. If you have ever played like RTS games, when you click the unit, the unit will say something. And I think there's something quite special about that. Oh. It's memorable. Those phrases that when you click that unit get completely stuck in my head. Nope. Where'd he go? He's gone. There we go. Yeah, they get completely stuck in my head and they become memorable. He was an animal lover and a vegetarian too. Yeah, a man. This mystery man that we're all talking about. Oh, he's right there. But yeah, those are the sort of sounds that I think take me back. And are quite special. They fill the game with they do make it feel alive. Those sort of voice lines in RTS games. But for a long time, the levelling up noise in Black Ops 1 actually was stuck in my head. That sort of guitar riff that went dud-dud-dud-dud-dud-dud-dud. And then it would come up with like any medals that you earned. There we go. Oh, I thought that was an enemy then. What's he doing? He's not doing anything now. Oh. There we go. There we go. I think I keep saying that over and over again. How many times can you hear a man say, there we go? Depends how many times I'm going to say it in a row. This is the kind of commentary you want from me. Saying the word, there we go, over and over again. There is one thing I do enjoy, and that's just reading things out. Like, I wouldn't mind reading out stories, just read them on the microphone. Do you know the game called The Saboteur? I do not. I do not know the game called The Saboteur. How's this microphone been sounding to you guys anyway? Because I bought it the other day. And apparently it's a very good microphone. I don't know how much of a difference it's made. I think I need to upgrade other parts of this sound system to get the most out of it. But supposedly, it captures more of the voice and makes it sound like a broadcast voice. And I know I'm trying to push my voice to sound a bit more broadcasty right now. Because it's satisfying. Supposedly, this microphone makes my voice sound like chocolate. Audio chocolate. Or could you call it velvety caramel? Or piss. Audio piss. I'm just entertaining myself now. I've gone through all the topics that I had set aside for today, so now I'm just talking about urine. For instance, yesterday I arrived in London and there was the public loos and there was a massive queue for the loos. And I almost felt like I was queuing up for a ride at a theme park. And I get down there and I think, where's all the piss going? I know it goes into the sewers, but think about it all flowing. Like, how much piss is flowing through London right now? You said it very dramatically. Even I got interested in, I don't know. The Saboteur. I don't know. What is that game? Maybe we'll never know. Yeah, I'm just messing around with my voice here. That's part of the fun of having a sound set up. Smooth chocolate voice, yeah. Hello there. How are you doing, Mr. Mario? 3MSEEV. Seeing some channel call-outs here. What's everyone feeling today? I'm especially tired. I've had a bad sleep for the past 3 days, so I think that's why I'm a little bit crazy. Although, it's the kind of people like me that say they're crazy that are the least crazy. It's like when you say, oh, I'm a bubbly, bouncy person, and then you see them and I'm actually just sat on my own, depressed, in a living room. The saboteur might actually fit your style. What is it, guys? Solace is good. That's very good. I'm glad to hear it. Do any of you guys... I know this is a bit off topic. We're going to talk about the saboteur, whatever that is. I'm about to find out. But, do you guys struggle with sleep? Because I sure do. It's been one of my biggest weaknesses in life. Oh, come on. Why isn't that guy dead? I don't know. Top quality commentary right here. I don't know. What's the answer to this question? I don't know. Actually, speaking of that, I'm getting very distracted now. Being able to say that you don't know, I think, is quite a good skill as well. Because sometimes in the past, someone might ask me, like say it's at work, and someone comes in, and I feel like a responsibility to know an answer to something. I think it actually takes some skill or some courage to say that you don't know, and that you will find the person who does. I think that's especially... I learned that to be the case when I worked in a care home, because they might ask me a certain question about health or whatever it is about a resident, and I'm not a nurse. I'm not a registered nurse. I'm not a doctor. But people will ask me questions as if I know as a healthcare assistant. I don't know. And then I would ended up adopting the phrase that I'll go and ask the nurse for you. And I think that's important to be able to pass those things on and say that you don't know. And I think that it's just outside of that situation, it's a good thing to think in life. Because when you admit that you don't know, you can go and learn about it. Whereas if you kind of assume that you know the answer to things, you might lock yourself off from trying to learn about things or the mistakes that you're making. So that's why I do that. But yeah, I learned that from working in the care home mostly, because it felt like a really important place to be truthful when it comes to other people's health. If you don't know the answer, there's no point trying to make it up, because you're literally risking the health of the people you're looking after if you make up that you don't know the answer. Solace, you struggle with sleep every day and it sucks. It's a constant battle, and I know quite a few people who have like full blown insomnia. I never know when they're going to be up during the day, because they can't count on when they're going to fall asleep or how much of a problem it's going to be. And I went through a very long part, a large part of my life with terrible sleep. And the past 3 days I've had bad sleep, but compared to what it used to be, it's nothing. But it still makes me feel terrible now. I've been listening to long form YouTube videos while sleeping. I don't think it benefits my sleep. I've been meditating right before going to bed, and it's great. Yeah, that's something I got kind of like stuck in the trap with a long time ago. I used to lie in bed with my iPad and have a video on, and I used to actually fall asleep whilst the person was talking. And like you just said, you don't know if it benefits your sleep. I think it was actually to the detriment of my sleep, because I'd be lying there, sometimes I'd end up listening to the whole video. Like, I remember one night I was trying to sleep and I had this 4-hour video of someone riding a train, like jumping on top of trains and going across a country, and I end up watching the whole thing, and it's cutting into the time I'm supposed to be asleep, and I'm just like, why am I even doing this? And then I might put on something else, and it was a kind of a vicious cycle of me just having bad sleep. Every night I'd have something on. So now what I do, my current sort of method is I'll limit it to half an hour to 45 minutes, depending on how early I get into bed, and just listen to voices that make me feel sleepy, and then I turn it all off. And I think that works a lot better for me these days. But yeah, for a long time, I think I was messing my sleep up by just having videos on constantly. But it was to the point where I felt like I couldn't sleep without the video. So it's like I tricked myself into thinking I have to have a video on. And even now, I still feel like I need this 30 minutes of listening to someone talking to make me feel sleepy. Could I sleep without it? I don't know. Maybe it would take... Maybe I'd have to like practice it, like do it for a couple of weeks before it becomes the new habit. But it's been such a long-standing habit. Like going back, but like maybe even 15 years at this point, where I've had something on to listen to go to sleep on YouTube. Someone talking about a video game or whatever it is. And then without that, it feels like I can't sleep. The video might end early. I might have imagined listening to someone for half an hour and I accidentally put on a 20-minute video and it cuts out. And then when the person stops talking, I suddenly feel more awake again. That was a problem. It's almost like listening to the video was stopping me from thinking. And then once the video's back on again, my mind's awake. It's like, what's going on? It's time to start thinking. When the math teacher asks you what the answer is of the equation in front of the class, you just say, I don't know. Yeah. That would be very often for me. And then in related to sleep, I think we need to drain our energy completely during the day so we don't have to stay awake at night. And that can be a very exhausting thing. Having to feel like the need to drain yourself fully to go to sleep. That's a very draining experience. But yes, I've been there many times. I feel like you have to completely exhaust yourself for the day just to pass out at night. It would often feel like those days where I couldn't sleep were the days that enabled me to sleep the next day. Because I'd be up all night and then the next day would come and I think, oh, I can sleep tonight. I'm tired enough to sleep, finally. So it's a big problem. It is a really big problem. Something that I've definitely struggled with. But something that I think is getting better for me over the recent years. I'm having a tiny banana break. Have you noticed sometimes bananas are so bloody big? Like sometimes I want a banana that's like that big. And they come through absolutely massive. Sounds a bit rude, doesn't it? Listening stopped me from thinking. Yeah, that's what I mean. It kind of like silences that voice in your head. This is a cool map. Maybe we just need to be nonchalant. Yeah, at some point, I think that, for me especially, I care too much about trying to sleep. Oh, there's someone up there. And then that me trying to get good sleep makes me sleep worse. But it's a cycle that I've been in for so long. It's like a learned behaviour of mine, where I feel like I need to be in bed at a certain time. I need to wake up at a certain time. And if I don't do that, I'm worrying about it. And that worrying makes it harder. I can't sleep because I'm worrying, I'm thinking. But it's just a constant cycle. It reinforces it. And that's why I think it's so hard to break out of. It's a learnt behaviour that I've been doing for years. So it's really hard to break that cycle. That's why sometimes I think, like, oh, do I just need to have a psychedelic experience and reset my brain? Would that help? I don't know if it would help or not. I've never had one, but sometimes I think about it. I need something to completely rewire my brain. I'm messed up in too many ways. Oh, after all that running, I'm dead. Sleep is horrendous for me, but I believe once my fitness routine comes into play, it may change. It probably will help a lot. It might not fix your sleep, but it will help. I think a lot of it, for me, he got air when I shot him in the dick. I think a lot of it for me is actually mostly mindset. I may sleep just fine when I've got no commitments the next day. But then when I have a commitment the next day, I'm up worrying about it. And it was just my mindset going into it. It's like we said at the start of the stream. It's about where you focus your energy and what you're focusing on. And like I said, when you focus on things like worrying, what you're going to do tomorrow, and then you start focusing on thoughts that come into play, like, I won't get enough sleep. Wait, someone was kicked. Proxy/VPN detected. Sorry, that grabbed my attention. It got my focus. That's what I'm talking about. Whereas when it's just a typical day and I don't have those commitments, I might be focused on having just calm thoughts, how comfortable I feel. But then when I'm worrying about something, I might get caught in focusing on like literally the feeling of my legs in the bed, and then that might me feel uncomfortable, and then I might have to change what side I'm lying on, and then that heats me up, and now I'm noticing that I'm too hot, and then I'm stressed and I'm thinking, do I need a wee? And then it's just this constant cycle of noticing things. So that's all of that is to essentially say that's why I think videos help calm the mind, because they focus your energy on one thing, which is calming. And it's something that I've never truly learned to do myself, and I've had to use videos to help me. And perhaps it might be the same for you guys. It's almost like the video is forcing your focus elsewhere, away from your own internal messaging, your messages from your body telling you how hot you are, how uncomfortable you are, what's going on tomorrow. The nonsense is gone. So you live here. So that's interesting when you live in the place where the map is based. That must be cool to see. That's like everyone sort of dream, well not everyone, a lot of people dream of like a GTA set in the town that they live in, because it's just kind of fun. It's fun to explore those spaces in video games. The fact that sometimes we think about every single moment of the day when we go to bed, and we are thinking about whether we did any mistakes and repeating absolutely everything, even creating alternatives. Yeah, it's so easy to get lost in those thoughts. And when I am lost in those thoughts, I do think to myself, I've got to stop thinking so much. And it's like you said, being about more nonchalant about it, as in not putting so much focus on it. It's really hard to do that. 'Cause it's like, during those quiet times for me, my mind's so absorbed with those thoughts, like you said, worrying about the mistakes you made, what you could have done, what you could have said. Maybe someone said something bad to you and I've just come up with a rebuttal for it now, 5 hours later. Maybe something that happened at work and I'm worrying about that and thinking I could have done this. For me, maybe I did literally do that the other day. And then for me, it could be, oh, I've suddenly got a video idea. I need to write this down. Why do I need to write it down now? I don't know. Oh, well, someone left a negative comment. Oh, I'm thinking about that. I should have said this. Should I delete it? Should I leave it? Pointless questions at that time of the day. But then when I try and control it, it makes it worse. It exacerbates that feeling. It exacerbates that feeling of thinking about it. It almost promotes the cycle. And it just keeps going on like that. One time I actually had the homework done in math. It was actually very good. But the teacher didn't believe in me, so I had to say that someone helped me to do it when I did it myself. That sucks. They didn't believe you. That must have felt really demeaning, to be honest. Did that happen again in the future as well? That must have felt like it was, like, yeah, demeaning to the amount of work and time you went into that. And the fact that you were actually capable of doing it and the teacher doesn't believe you. Then I understand that, yeah. It's like when someone says that I've made up the stories that I talk about. It does really irk me. I like to use the word irk, but it kind of makes it feel like there's nothing I can say. I can't say anything, because no matter what I say, there's going to be some sort of negative. Say, for instance, the video I uploaded most recently, which is about my first panic attack, and there's a little tiny thread of people saying that essentially that I've made it all up with AI. And it's like, I felt very demeaned by that, because it's like, what? So my experience going through this panic attack, I can't prove it. It was years ago. But essentially they're saying that I'm lying, that I never had that panic attack. That's the way I took it, and I felt kind of upset about that. But I guess that's kind of the nature of talking about yourself and talking about your past on the internet. It's open up to all these sort of messages. People can say whatever they want. I've just got to learn to deal with it. But that was my experience, my most recent experience with that. No, it was once, but and I still remember it. It really broke me in that moment. Yeah, I can understand that, especially a teacher doing it as well, because it's like an authority figure. Like, perhaps you respect this person. I don't know how much you liked your teacher at the time, but the authority figure of the classroom essentially shutting you down and saying that you're lying. Essentially, if you think about it, they're saying you're not good enough in that moment. And perhaps that message may have stuck with you. Maybe you started believing you're not good enough. Like, that's what the way you talk to people. Sorry, Jim. You've seen those comments as well. There's such a weird outlook on your panic attack. It's like you live in the Matrix. I don't understand why people comment about your panic attack. I don't know, but honestly, I felt the same as what Vanessa is saying about their homework. It's like it's not the same because it's not an authority figure. I think that's a lot more impactful. But it's like basically saying that what I went through either doesn't exist. They obviously don't care about it. And it's not that I should care if they care, but I'm losing my words a little bit here. But it sort of just made it feel like just demeaning in a way. That's the best way I can describe it. I guess anyone could talk about their experiences and you could choose not to believe it or not. I guess it's kind of like when you are playing a competitive game and someone starts swearing at you in the game. It's like that, but in the comment section. Maybe they've had a bad day. Maybe they're annoyed at what's going on at something. So they take it out on whatever they're watching. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, that's where I work in the college. I try to be very careful about how I talk to people because, you know, it feels like a lot of responsibility to talk to younger people, because I could say something the wrong way and that could last with them for many years. It could shape the way they think about things. So I really try to take extra care in the way I approach people. I try to be honest and talk honestly from my own experiences when applicable, and I try just to treat them as someone, just a person. I try to just treat them as a person, not separate them as like, you're a student, I need to treat you differently. I'll treat you as I treat anyone, and I will help you like I'm there to help them in class. And I honestly find some of my most valuable moments is when I'm just talking to students. Like last Friday, I was just talking to a student and he was just telling me about his life. He wasn't asking for sympathy or anything. He was just telling me the struggles he's been through. He's been through a lot. He's telling me his worries. He said he didn't want to just get a job, that all the money just goes towards rent. That was his biggest concern. And we talked through it. I tried to find out what sort of skills he had, what sort of opportunities he might have in his life that he could take advantage of. And I just heard him out. I just listened to him. And honestly, I was on the verge of like, not crying, but I could feel like tears almost forming in my eyes, where he said to me, like, only me and a couple of other people he actually likes talking to, because we talk to him like people. Like, we talk to him like a real person. And then I said, look, I'm going to, I hope I treat you like I would treat anyone else. And I'm not going to judge you for anything you've been through. I just want to help you. And just me saying that, it's making me upset saying it now. I don't know, it makes me emotional for some reason. It makes me feel like I can help someone. I'm there just helping someone. I feel like that's something I would have loved to have when I was in college, and I'm just glad that I have the opportunity to do that with students. I don't know, I felt like that was a really meaningful day at work for me, I must say. I don't know what he took from it, I don't know, but honestly, that real discussion we had, it's moved me. I learned things as well. I think that's probably the best thing you could ever hope for in an education setting. Why is it making me upset? Oh. Oh, I didn't realise how important that was. I didn't realise how important that day was. But it was. I don't know if it was important to him or not, but all I can do is try. And yeah, like Vanessa just said, I think it's very smart if we treat everyone nicely, because in the future we don't really know who they will become. Maybe they will rule the world one day, who knows. But yeah, these are the people that are going to be the adults of tomorrow, you know. And think about what we were like when we were 17. How would you have felt if you could talk to yourself at that age? Or have someone... I think I could have really helped myself if I could go back. Someone did ask me that, what would I say to myself? But I think I would just try and listen to myself. But I'm a different person now. That's why I find that question hard to answer. I'm not the same person I was when I was 17. So I would need to listen to myself. Yes, I can recall how I felt and challenges I had, but I'm not living in that moment anymore. So I would just give myself an ear to listen to. I would just let myself talk. I'd let my 17-year-old self just tell me something. Tell me what they're worrying about. Tell me the problems they're going through. What's the most impactful thing that they've been worrying about lately? Sometimes my favourite question to ask students is, how did you sleep last night? No one asked me that when I was in school. And I know a lot of them don't sleep well, like you guys have mentioned. A lot of younger people are in the exact same situation. I was in that situation when I was 17. No one ever sat down and asked me, how did you sleep last night? Why did you stay up late? In a real curious way. I ask the students that because I think it's important. Even students who don't really like talking to me, I'll still say, hey, how's it going? They might not want to answer that question, that's okay. How did you sleep last night? I didn't. Oh, what did you end up doing? I was on Discord with my mates all night. Oh, okay, what was you playing? You might not want to tell me. Okay, well, if you're hungry, we've got some food out there. I don't know. That's the sort of thing I like to ask. I think they're really important questions. I don't know. I'm just getting upset again. I wish people asked me those sort of questions. I've never really analysed this sort of thing that I do, but I think I just naturally ask these things because I think they're important. So Jim says, I think it's because you create the impact for others. Caring for others is an important role. So like you said, it affects everyone later on. So always treat people with respect. Yeah, that's what I mean. Just think about yourself back then. Would you have liked someone to ask you that? I don't know. I would have liked myself as a teaching assistant, actually. So that's what I offer. That's what I try to offer. Essentially, that's what I'm trying to offer to you guys as well. It is harder because it's not face to face. It's so much easier to learn about these sort of things face to face. Just screen. We'll call this screen to screen. Why not? That makes sense. Screen to screen, it's a lot harder. But you know, I think maybe these sort of things help. I don't know. I've learnt something about myself today. Maybe you've learnt something about yourself today. Who would be 5 people from history, movies or fiction that you would sit down and talk to about different topics? Oh, I'd like to go to the Jedi Council, you know. And then I'd go to the Sith Lord Temple. What would Darth Vader have to say? He could teach you a lot about getting things done. What would Obi-Wan Kenobi have to say? Yoda. Yoda would be a good one for learning how to chill, wouldn't he? Alright, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for joining today. It's been nice to have you here. And the same to everyone else as well. It's been a good stream, actually, I must say. I hope that I've been helping you all somehow. Or maybe you've been helping me. I don't know. I don't know why I immediately went to Star Wars related people, I must say. Immediately thought of Obi-Wan Kenobi and Yoda. Neo from The Matrix. We were talking about The Matrix earlier. I won't lie, I used to love The Matrix. I remember did I have it on DVD? Yes, I had the first 2 films on DVD because they were the ones I liked. And there was this one part where, in the second film, when they knock on the door right near the start, and then Neo, he's blocking their punches with one arm. And then he's like, upgrades. And then they have a fight. And Neo kicks one of them into a lamppost. And the light falls out the lamppost and smashes on the floor. And for some reason, I would play that bit over and over and over again. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. But I did. Just the bit where the light falls out and goes, whoom, smashes on the floor. I played that over and over and over and over and over and over again. There's something possessed about me back then. I was obsessed with The Matrix, and in particular, a light falling out. Strange. But yeah, maybe I would definitely like someone from the Jedi Temple. I think they could help me out. Help me calm down. Then I don't know, I just like Star Wars. Why is everyone on this weird bridge? Oh. Oh. There we go. Oh, I was just getting into the game there. So in a couple of weeks, it's half term, and I want to try a challenge of streaming every day for the first week. See if I can do it. I've almost got my little studio set up downstairs. I've got basically, my plan is to set up this studio as a streaming den and content creation den. Right now I'm in this tiny little room. It's bloody hot, and I'm sweating. But it's a nice space downstairs. If you've seen any of the videos of me talking to the camera, and I've got a couple of lights behind me, that's the studio down. What happened to him? That's the studio downstairs. And I've been slowly setting it up as my streaming space, because I'd definitely like to stream more. I'd like to stream as often as I can, actually. Like when I've got free time, I'd knock the stream up, share whatever I'm doing at the minute. But I'd like it as a space where I can just stream as often as I can and make content easily, because I think that would make it just easier to make content, really. At the minute, I've got my PC here in this tiny little sweatbox room. And I find the problem I have in here is I just feel so penned in. Whereas the space downstairs is a bit better. I was trying to mess around with a green screen, but I could not get it to work. Because that's one of the main things I need to purchase, is a couple of more lights. At the minute, I've literally got one light. So I can't light a green screen. I do think it would look nicer if I was on a green screen. So I just looked at the second monitor and realised how much I was hunching. But to be honest, a lot of the gear that I buy is pointless. And that's actually a thing that's been a problem. As like a sort of video creator, where I've worked as a videographer and video editor, we used to call this the sickness. So the sickness is when you want to buy equipment and there's no reason to buy it. So my friends might be like, I need to buy the latest camera. Oh, this one does 4K. This one does 6K. This one does 10-bit video. And then at the end of the day, all that we want is footage. We just want to turn up to location and film stuff. And really what would help is just if people filmed more, not bought different gear. And if anything, buying the gear creates more problems. You don't know how to use the gear. You have to buy additional bits of gear. Maybe this camera records data such large files, now we need bigger hard drives. Now hard drives are too slow, now we need solid state drives. And the client does not care about this. No, they don't. They don't even care about the video quality that we currently brought. They just want the video. Did I need to buy this microphone? I don't know, probably not. I wanted to. I felt the sickness. I wanted to buy a piece of equipment. My justification was, most of my time I'm talking, so why not make it as good as possible? I don't want to make your ears bleed. I want to soothe them with chocolate. With audio chocolate. So that was my justification for buying this microphone. And hopefully you guys can hear the difference. Hopefully it sounds nice. It's my first, this is literally its inaugural recording session. So I won't know until I watch this back if it actually sounds better or not. But the thing is, a lot of people don't care about that. If your content is like entertaining or valuable, people don't care about the audio quality. How many people do you see on YouTube who just speak into old headsets and they're perfectly fine? Down he goes. And that's what the sickness is, essentially. It can become a sort of an addiction, just buying gear. You seem to be like talking about Austria a lot. I'm thinking maybe it's related to this game. Bam. But yeah, it's just an interesting feeling to be compelled by the sickness to buy this microphone or to buy a camera. And at the end of the day, no one cares. What's a forgotten trend or habit that you secretly miss? Oh, that's a hard one to answer because in the question itself, I've forgotten it. So I would have to remember a forgotten habit or trend. I don't know. Like I said, I've already forgotten it. Let's talk a little bit about important video games to us. One that, for some reason, my mind goes back to a lot of the time is this Digimon game. It was called Digimon World. And it was a game where, if for those of you who don't know, Digimon it's kind of like a rip-off of Pokemon. Most of you must have heard about Pokemon. If not, they're these little monsters and you collect them and level them up. And they grow and they might evolve into some sort of new creature, a bigger creature. And Digimon was a sort of, a rip-off of Pokemon, let's say that. But I really liked it when I was a kid. And I had this game called Digimon World. So it's an open world game where you go out, you get a Digimon and you treat it a certain way and it would grow and evolve into a different Digimon. And this game felt like a big adventure to me. But it was also quite... I've gone back to spawn area. It also felt like it made me realise that I'm not much of a risk taker in life. Because I was always scared to leave the areas that I knew. It was like the unknown actually scared me in that game. And it's just interesting to think about that impact in retrospect. It's not something I ever thought about in the moment. Oh, this game, I'm not a risk taker. But my behaviour displayed that early on. That I was scared of taking risks. I was scared of going to those new areas because what if something bad happens? What if this went wrong? And then that makes me think about now. How often am I afraid of a situation because I'm worried about what might happen? Because I'm essentially the same person. Where are these bullets coming from? I'm still the same person, the adverse... Oh, there he is. Risk-averse person. The person who likes to do things within the comfort zone. And that can lead to holding you back. Not experiencing new things. And I think just noting that helps me decide to do things that I might otherwise find a little bit scared to do. The most time that you've spent in a video game is Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I have a friend who really loves Assassin's Creed, and that was one of his favourite ones as well. I've only played Assassin's Creed once, so I can't say much about that game. Wow, he was just sliding down the hill. The game I've probably spent the most amount of time in is World of Warcraft. I think I'm close to about 10,000 hours on that across my life. And I've had my account since probably one of the first years of secondary school, which I think is high school for you Americans. So I've spent a long time in World of Warcraft. But it has built up over the years. I couldn't tell you how much time I spent in Call of Duty because a lot of that was back playing split screen Xbox back in the day, so I couldn't tell you. There's no sort of tracked hours on there. Mafia 2. Oops, I've tabbed out of World at War. That's not a good sign. That's another game I haven't played much. I just wanted to load up my Xbox account. Oops. Because I want to see if I can quickly see my achievements on here. Sorry, I have to speak into this microphone. I want to see my achievements, hopefully. Because I want to talk about what was your proudest gaming moment. I don't know if this was my proudest, but it's the one that I'm most memorable for. Can I actually look at my achievements on this thing? How do I look at my achievements? Show all. So I'm just looking through my game history on Xbox. Black Ops. That's a long time ago. Oh, here we go. Oh, it doesn't show you. Let me just find it. I feel like I need to see Xbox achievement tracker profile. Can I search myself up? No. Oh. How to see your Xbox achievements. I really want to see. Online. Tracking Xbox achievements no longer available on xbox.com. Oh, it's just telling me to use true achievements, but I don't have an account on there. I'm not sure. I just basically wanted to look up. I remember getting 1,000 gamer points on Dark Souls 1, and that was probably one of my favourite things to have achieved on an Xbox game. This is an interesting question, and I have thought about this before. Do you think video games have an impact on human hormones? Like when you win in the game, does it make your testosterone go a little bit higher? I wholeheartedly do think that it does affect human hormones. And I can tell you my experiences of that. I haven't measured my hormones before and after, so I can't scientifically say that it does. But winning does make me feel like my testosterone levels have gone higher, and I do think that constantly losing in video games actually does crush your test levels just a little bit. And I think there is evidence out there to show that winning in games does increase your test levels. And I remember listening, I think it was a podcast, they were talking about the more people you win in front of, the higher your testosterone levels go. Oh, I thought that was my gun making that noise then. There's a sniper rifle. So I think if you go on a winning streak, like when you have one of those really good games, for instance, I remember times when I was playing Counter-Strike and I'd have a game where it felt like I was tearing it up. I came away feeling fantastic. I came away feeling on top of the world, feeling fueled with energy, feeling like a better person, just because I won in a video game. That wasn't the case most of the time, though. Most of the time, I was getting killed. I was losing. I was getting annoyed. And probably my testosterone levels were lower. I think they have a very real impact on that. And I think that's actually something to be mindful of. When you are stuck in like a losing streak, I think maybe the best thing to do is to come away from that. Have time away. Do something else. And make yourself feel a bit better, because I think it's actually to the detriment of your health. Losing is detrimental to your health. Unless you can take it in its stride, don't let it affect you so much. It depends the way you're looking at it. If you're really going at it and you're playing to win, then yes, I do think it totally affects your hormone levels. And when the winners win, they feel better. They get higher test levels. They feel more competitive. When the losers lose, they feel worse. You become less competitive because you lose in that oomph. You feel more upset. But it really depends on the mindset going into it. How hard are you trying? Whoa. He just exploded in front of me. But yeah, it is an interesting topic. Like, say Counter-Strike professionals, how high does their testosterone levels go when they win in front of everyone? When you win a huge major competition? I think that would be an interesting thing to study. We'll just take a blood test. A blood test before and after. What was their testosterone levels before and after? It would be interesting to see. But if you're really good at a game, the times when I've felt good and wanted to start my day off well, when I was very in practice at Counter-Strike, load that up, play a game, win a game, and then feel great for the start to the day. Your voice sounds really good. Oh, thank you very much. I hope the microphone's made a good difference. The times I felt that the most was actually when Warzone first came out. Oh, and by the way, they're re-releasing the original Warzone map soon. I think literally in like 4 days. I'm definitely going to check that out. Maybe I'll stream it. Yeah, I think it comes out on Thursday. I'm going to stream that. Because I played so much Warzone during lockdown in 2020. Whenever it came out. Was it 2020? I absolutely loved Verdansk. That was my map. I'm thinking I still remember that whole map. I know it better than the back of my hand. That's going to be fun to go back to. But the times when I felt that impact, like you asked, the testosterone level changes. I can't tell you if it did change or not. Like I said, I haven't got a blood test. But when I was playing Warzone and I won, that was some of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. Winning Warzone. That was so exciting. I have some clips somewhere. That might be on this channel, or they might be unlisted on a different channel from that time. I definitely have some Warzone clips up on this channel. But my God, some of it was the most excitement I've ever had in a video game. But equally, the most crushing too when I lost. Those times when I lost, I was like out there looting. I spent the whole game looting and then I get shot. I let those affect me way too much because I was playing to win. And that's what I mean. I think that mindset is what dictates how much it affects you and perhaps your hormones. And I can attest to that feeling of utter detestment when it's looting and then you die. And you're like, oh, I just spent 10 minutes. I've got my perks. You know, I've got my setup. I'm ready for this. And then it's over. You just have to go to the next game. I might even have had to have a break after that because I found it so crushing. And the wins didn't come very often. Now, I said that I was tryharding. I wanted to win. I wasn't very good at the game. Sometimes it felt like I was good at the game. Most of the time, it was just nonsense that was going on. I mean, I should pull up the clip. I've got a little montage of me doing sniper clips. I felt like there was a sniper rifle with a thermal scope. I think it was the AX50. Everyone told me to use a sniper rifle called the HDR, but I like the AX50. And I got some nutty shots on that. Now, I do have a montage of that somewhere. I think it's called That Sniper Feeling. I had fun. But anyway, 100%. I've got to update my Call of Duty and play Warzone on Thursday. That is going to be a fun time. 100% want to stream that. Don't know if any of you guys are excited for Warzone at all or not, but if not, then you can join in the excitement with me. And let's see. I'd like to see how quickly that excitement wears off, because what I think is going to happen is that the nostalgia isn't there. Yes, I've got fond memories from playing it, but it's not the same. I don't have the same team anymore. I don't have the same people who are going to join me. I just don't think it's going to be the same. I think a lot of people know that, but we're all willing. Well, we're all willing. I think a lot of people are going to be willing to try it for like a day or two, and then it'll probably die off. If it really does affect it, then you died in this game so many times. Yeah, but there's a big difference. I'm not playing to win in this. If it did, I would be. My knob would have shrunk, but back into my body. No, but I think really it only comes into play when you're in the game, you're playing to win. I think it does affect your hormone levels. And that's why I really highlighted that it's the mindset that you have going into it. And that, I think that affects everything in terms of hormone levels. Oh, hello. I couldn't imagine playing Call of Duty World at War and being sweaty about it. I like that this is one of those games. I don't have many games where I feel like I can load it up and relax. And this is one of those games I can load up and it's just chill. I'm having a good time. Do I think it would be cool if humans had tails like cats? It would help us balance our bodies better. I don't know, because I'm used to not having a tail. I mean, we've got a tail bone. Would I want a tail? I wouldn't want a tail, because I think it would get in the way a lot of the time. Like, I'd sit on it. It probably would help with balance, though. Say we wanted to do some, like, parkour stuff. That'd be pretty fun. Whoa, what the hell's going on here? I haven't used this sniper much. That's probably why. Wow, it is so hot in this room. This is a strange question I've got here. Do you ever feel like you're building an identity for the algorithm instead of yourself? Ooh, that's an interesting question. An identity for the algorithm. I guess playing COD. I guess it's like a genre in terms of content. Call of Duty commentary channel. Yeah, it's a genre. A game that you load up when you want to hear someone talk. I'm not sure. That is an interesting question. I think that's something I'd have to sit down and think about. Where is everyone? Oh, that was a flicky shot. But yeah, I am looking forward to Warzone. Are any of you guys going to check Warzone out? Have you played Warzone before? And do you think that Warzone isn't going to live up to the expectations? I'm thoroughly in the camp that it's not going to. And I don't know if that's just my sort of preconceptions as an older person now, where I've been disappointed by so many games. I kind of go into them with no expectations and almost assume that this game's going to be probably not good. But then it means that I am pleasantly surprised when games are good. But I just assume that it's not going to be the same. But maybe my assumptions will lead me to thinking that it won't be good. I don't know. I'm overthinking it. I'm still going to try it out though. Warzone's definitely got like a soft spot in my memory. And weirdly, it's weird how much time has passed since lockdown. Like 5 years. I feel like everything after lockdowns is just like time has sped up so much. For me at least. Might just be my age, to be honest. In fact, that's probably most of what it is. Hello there. Hello there. I say that at work quite a lot. I've only been called out on it once for someone realised that it's from Star Wars. Hello there. How closely can I sound to it? To Obi-Wan Kenobi. Right, I think I'm going to play one more game, guys. Then we'll leave it there, because I'm getting stinky in this little room. Oh, look, check out this nice smooth Rubik's Cube. I'll show you guys my favourite algorithm. So this is the cube. It's all solved. And then I just do a set of moves. And it looks like it's jumbling it up, but it comes back round to being solved again. And this Rubik's Cube is very nice and smooth. I absolutely love it. I kind of consider it a sort of like a fidget toy. I remember I almost cried when I was playing one of the COD games. I don't remember the name. I was really small back then. I remember one guy with glasses killed my teammate. I remember he had a revolver. One of the games that upset me the most was actually a game called Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. And it's a game where your controller, your whatever controller it is, it controls two people. So the left side of the controller controls a character and the right side of the controller controls a different character. But you are to control them both yourself. It's not, you can play it, I think you can play it 2-player, but the game is best played on your own. And basically it's a journey between these two brothers, and as you get towards the end of the story, I will spoil it here, so if you don't want to hear it you can mute. If you, for whatever reason, you think you're going to play this game, but one brother dies and you lose the ability to do anything with the whole side of the controller. So when that person dies, you literally feel it. You half of your body has nothing to do anymore. So it just made me really sad. It also didn't help that when I played it, I had drunk a whole bottle of wine. It was a weird night. So I played through the whole game, drank a bottle of wine, and just cried and cried when this character died. And I liked it so much that I think about a week later, I decided to get another bottle of wine and play through the game again. I must say I haven't played the game since, but I was thinking of playing it again soon on stream and seeing what it's like as a sober person. But that game, honestly, both times my eyes were just completely wet. Wet eyes I had. And that, yeah, that now it just always comes to mind when I think of an upsetting game. It's Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons. I really enjoyed that game. Okay, is there enjoyment? It made me cry. I mean, I think I liked it. I liked it enough to do it twice. How much of it was the wine, though, or the game? Ah, that's an ally. Oh, I died. Wait, he was right here, wasn't he? Where was he? I don't think I'm in the right place. There we go. Oh, he's got a grenade. Oh. Yeah, it's interesting the kind of games that get you. But that Brothers game, that one really did emotionally impact me. I've no idea. Apparently so. It's just me and you, Vanessa. That's what happens sometimes. Just me and you. In the world of Call of Duty. In a land unknown. The world of Warcraft. And they're listening to me saying random words. It's quite funny, actually. Yes, I am looking forward to Warzone, I must say. Just thinking about that again. For a long time, I've been wanting to play the original map. It's the only map I wanted to play. Well, I got someone. I was just randomly shooting. But the one thing I am fully expecting from that game is to get completely owned. I think that... Oh, that's nice to know. Hello there. Internet hard case. Was I... Oh yeah, Warzone. I keep going back to it. But it's because it comes out in a couple days. There's something fun to... Listening? Watching, playing new releases. I'm just chilling. Oh, well, there you go. We've inspired people to get involved in the chat. I'm going to say this as epically as I can. In the lands of Mordor, the Dark Lord Sauron forged the One Ring in secret. I feel like I could have done that better. Although that was what Galadriel was saying in the intro. I can't sound as epic as her. Yeah, there's sort of like an excitement when initial new releases come out. The last time I got really excited, well, not really excited, but the last time I enjoyed a new release with lots of people that comes to mind immediately was New World, the MMO from Amazon. And it felt like a big, I don't know if it really was, but it felt like a large movement where lots of people were playing, the starting areas were packed, there was loads of content about it on YouTube, my friends got it, I started playing it, people that I don't even talk to that often on my Steam list came online and were playing New World. There's like a game every now and then where my Steam friend list comes alive, where people who haven't been online in a long time, they come back. And New World was the last one I remember doing that. And it's those sort of things where there's like a momentum to it. I feel like I need to get the game. So I did, and I did enjoy it. It felt like a new version of RuneScape. That's the way I described it. And perhaps that could happen again with Warzone, but I feel like it's going to be very fleeting. I mean, from what I remember, the energy with New World lasted a couple of weeks. And I think I clocked in about 40 hours on that game, and then it was over. We're just going to read out quotes. Galadriel! You and the elves must understand that sometimes to find the light, you must touch the darkness. You must touch the darkness. Reminds me, my friend has been absolutely shocked by the new ChatGPT image generation. And he took a picture of me waiting for the train. Like I was literally squatting in the middle of the train station trying to rest my legs. And then he prompted it to turn me into a mouse man. And, oh my god, it looks so weird. Actually, I might be able to download the picture. Uh-oh, I've tabbed out. I might be able to show you the picture of me as a mouse man. Where is it? Oh, it's a shame. I don't have the original picture. Is the original picture of me squatting there? No. That's a shame. Well, I can show you the picture of me as a mouse man. But without the picture, without the context of what I looked like before. So that's what it turned me into. It's horrible, isn't it? But look how weird it is. And the people, it's changed the people in the background. And that's my backpack. Have I got it in? No, my backpack's not in here. But this says Jansport in real life. It's kind of changed my shoes a little bit. But that's pretty much what my hoodie looked like in my hands. Very weird. Yeah, that was very, very weird to see that. But after that, I've been booted out the server. After that, I asked, can I be an old turtle instead? So he turned me into a 150-year-old turtle man. And it looked really, really realistic. But what the weird part was, I said, can you ask it what was the turtle man thinking of? What's his desire? And then ChatGPT said that the turtle man just wants to be human. But I was reading it out on the train with my narration voice. And it was quite enjoyable, actually. And then I asked to generate like a backrooms picture, and there was a little story about what was going on in the backrooms. And I read that story out, and I was like, I just enjoy reading things, like reading things out trying to make it sound nice. So that was fun. The story was quite good, actually. Sauron's new visualization in the new show is crazy. He gets angry in the last episode. I haven't been watching, is that the Rings of Power? I watched the first season, but I kind of, I don't know, I wasn't really that keen on it. I mean, the visuals looked interesting. They spent a lot of money on that. But no, I wasn't very into it. It's kind of like what we're talking about with that hype behind Warzone. I had that excitement of Lord of the Rings many years ago. And now it's not there. I might check it out because it's got like the name behind it. And I did. I watched The Rings of Power Season 1. Did I watch Season 2? I can't remember. But I didn't have any expectations of it being good or bad because, I don't know, it's almost like I don't really get that excited over things anymore. So I didn't have that excitement behind it. I think I'm more excited to have a game of Verdansk Warzone than I am to watch any spin-off Lord of the Rings content, because I just don't expect it to captivate me in the same way it did when I was a kid. I think I'm easily caught up in sort of the energy of seeing lots of videos being suggested to me on YouTube and games. Like if a game comes out and you see like all sorts of content creators playing it, and then you see your friends list start to fill up with that, then I got distracted by the chat. Would I like a hot drink? I'm going to come off soon, so don't worry about it. Thank you. Absolutely love this stream. It helps on days like today when I'm feeling a bit lonely. Looking forward to possibly more consistent streams. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you very much. I do want to be consistent. I'd like to set up some sort of schedule so then you guys know when the streams are going to be coming. Because at the minute, don't really have a schedule and it's all kind of random. Sometimes it can be hard to set up a schedule. So yeah, I will do my best. And when I've got the studio downstairs set up, then it might be easier. And I'll be able to press go and then it'll be there. And I'd like to try and do it as often as I can. Wow, that was a double kill. It definitely helps having this microphone in the way that I don't have to talk as loud and it isn't straining my throat, which is something that I never really thought about. But it's actually preserving my voice a little bit better. But yeah, that excitement and that hype, I do find myself getting a lot less excited about things. And I think that's just age, having seen a lot of media already. But like I just want to finish that thought. So people on YouTube making content, your friends list starts filling up with people playing it. That's the kind of energy that gets me to buy a video game. There's something to be said for the power of like all of these, like your friends getting on the game, people you know, people you don't know on the internet, people streaming it, people making content about it. It's like this energy, and I like to get wrapped up in that. And when you feel it like boiling over, like I felt that with New World, I was like, we're getting in, we're playing this, and then friends are back. You know, friends list is popping. Starting zone is flooded. It's hard to even get on the server. I think the queue was like 4 hours just to get in. I remember giving up the first night because I couldn't get in. That's the energy. That's what I like from new releases. So anyway, I'm going to come off of Call of Duty now. It's been a really good stream, and I think it's gonna be good going on from here. I'm very, very hot in this tiny room. Very hot day. I mean, it's a hot day. Is it a hot day? Oh, it's very sunny out. I didn't even know because I'm in a dungeon, a streaming dungeon, or you could call it the fungeon. Let's end with me telling you guys about something I did yesterday. So I went to, where is it? I went to the Crystal Maze live experience. And I didn't really watch the show Crystal Maze when I was younger, so it was kind of a surprise for me. But if for those of you who have ever seen the Crystal Maze, wow, this is boiling. Just being on my windowsill, you get these little crystals. So what we had to do was I had my team, and I was the team captain, so I had to choose who was going to do each game, and there's a bunch of challenges, and you have to get through those challenges to earn one of these crystals. So the presenter would say, next is a mental game, next is a skill-based game. And then I look at my team and I think, who's going to do the best in this game? With no other context than it's a skill-based game. And for the most part, the team absolutely smashed it. There was one game that I gave to myself, which I was absolutely terrible at. And that was a game where it was called the emoji game. So they show you a couple of emojis on the screen, and you have to guess whether it's a book, a show, a musical, or if it's theatre. Not musical, music, or if it's theatre. But those sort of questions I'm really bad at. Like any sort of, like if there's an anagram or trying to get meaning from some symbols, I'm terrible at it. And when I made the presenter laugh, was the emojis were a bunch of umbrellas with rain coming down on it. It was two of those, and then it was like a group of people. And I said, "Oh, is it wet friends?" And then he said, "That's the first time anyone's ever said that, wet friends." Like he found that absolutely hilarious that I said, that I said wet friends. I think it was Singing in the Rain. I can't quite remember. But that game, I didn't do very well on that one. The one I did do well on, apparently this one was actually in the TV show. So there was this balancing board, this big piece of like zigzag wood, and there was a ball on it. And I had to balance this wood to get the ball down the zigzag and then land it in the bucket. And I think I dropped about 3 of the balls. But the 4th one, I managed to figure out the control, and it was very slowly going down, very slowly, and then I got it in the bucket. I was like, yes, smash that one. The one I was the most interested in was, there was this game, I can't remember what it was called, but it's like curls, but on a table, and you have these little pucks, and they go down, and then you've got to try and land them on the point zone. So there's like 1.2, 0.3 points. And you have to slowly skid this down, get the points, and then the other player can do it and knock your ones off. And I thought that game looked really fun. I'd like to get a table of that. But the guy who was presenting it, he'd clearly done it a large number of times. So he was very good at it. So it was cool to watch that. Like, you could see he had skill. And then after that, we went to this like underground gaming bar. I can show you one clip. I filmed one clip from there. And it had all sorts of games consoles and stuff. It's quite hard to see. I'll try and show you on my phone. But one thing that they had there was 4-player split screen Halo. Hopefully you can see that. Is it in focus? Will it go in focus? I don't know. Not really, but playing 4-player split screen Halo was pretty fun. It was Halo 2 actually. I thought it was going to be Halo 1, but it was on the original Xbox as well. And I was thinking the Xbox controller felt so weird to play on. And it was this like underground gaming lab where they had arcade machines. They had all sorts of games consoles. They had Guitar Hero. Loads of old stuff. They had a weird Simpsons game actually, which is kind of like a side-scrolling beat-em-up game. But it was The Simpsons. I'd never seen that before. And there was one game I really enjoyed, which was like this 4-player racing cabinet. So you got 4 people sat in a chair, steering wheel, gears. You got your pedals down here. Sorry, I was away from the microphone. And then you have to drift. So we're racing against each other, and you could steer around the corner. But if you did your brake, the car would go sideways. So my chair's the car, and you're like this. And that game was hilarious. Before we got onto that, there was this one guy who's absolutely screaming on there. And at the time, I kept looking over, like, what's going on? Why is this guy screaming? Like, he was absolutely screaming the building down. It was a bit overzealous, his screaming. But when I got on there, I started yelling. Because I was like, it's just such a good time, this, like, funny drifting game. Guitar Hero, I haven't played that in years. And it was actually really, really difficult. Like, having to push the buttons. The controller felt a lot heavier than I remember, and I could not keep up. I think we went straight on expert mode. I absolutely flunked that. But overall, it was a very interesting time there. I enjoyed that. It's just the music was quite loud, I must say. The Guitar Hero cabinet was excruciatingly loud. That actually really hurt my ears. And yeah, it was... I had an interesting drink. I think it was called Hits from the Pong. It was a flavoured, like very sugary drink. It tasted like a refresher. It was very nice, actually. But overall, I had a great time down there. And there was this other tangent. We were talking about VR earlier. And just the fact that a lot of the VR games are just rubbish. Or they haven't released new ones since. And I don't know if I will stream it because I don't know how to read the chat while I'm in the VR screen. That might be quite difficult. But there are a few VR games that mean quite a lot to me, like Boneworks. Mostly just Boneworks. That one's very nostalgic for me. And Half-Life Alyx is very good as well. But Boneworks in particular, that's an important game in VR gaming history to me. Because it's the first game that I felt like I could actually like pick up an object. I could interact with the object, I could throw it, I could hit people with it, I could break it, and if I wanted to have a gun, I could reload it. And that was the game, yeah, one of the most important VR games to me. I'm back, am I too late? Are you wrapping up? Yeah, I'll be honest, I am wrapping up. My throat kind of hurts a bit today, so I'm going to be wrapping up now. I was just giving a summary of what I did yesterday. I did this crystal maze thing. I got one crystal right here. It was a pretty good time. I went to this gaming bar where there was lots of arcade cabinets and video games that we could all play together. I actually played Crash Bash. Have any of you guys played Crash Bash? That was a fun game. I remember playing that a lot back on PlayStation 1. We played the Pogo game where you have to say this is the map. I have to jump, and every time I land on the square it changes colour, and then I cash that in for points. There was one moment actually that cast into doubt my memory. There was an N64 there, and when you think about the heavy hitting games from the Nintendo 64, I think of games like GoldenEye. I think of games like Mario Kart. Well, they had GoldenEye, and we load up GoldenEye, we play that, and it looks awful. The graphics looked terrible, and I don't know if it was the display device they had, or if the Nintendo 64 just truly did look that awful, and I'm misremembering. But I feel like my memory of it looked much better than that. But it looked awful, it ran awful, the N64 controllers were completely worn out, and the analog sticks were terrible. So I just thought that the game, I was just thinking, have I remembered this wrong? Did it look shit back in the day, and I just thought it looked good, or is it just this on like this HD TV? What's going on here? The other game that we played was Time Splitters. We had some multiplayer action on Time Splitters. That was fun. And then there was this Mario Kart cabinet. This was interesting because it was a cabinet where you've got a steering wheel, you've got the pedals, but it controlled awfully. The Wii controls better than this Mario Kart cabinet. So that was an interesting time, the fact that the cabinet was worse than the Wii. I've got a Wii downstairs. It'll actually be in the studio when I move down there. And that controlled so much better than the cabinet. The N64 looks bad on higher resolution screens. Controllers have always been bad. So yeah, maybe it was just the screen. The controllers have always been bad. I remember the controllers being a lot better than what we used yesterday, though. I think that those joysticks were really worn down. I don't know. But yeah, those were the games that stood out to me. There was this Pac-Man Battle Royale game, which I missed the first half of, but I wasn't really sure what was going on. It was like Pac-Man, but you can eat each other as well. But yeah, so anyway, thanks for watching the stream. I'm going to be heading off today, and my next stream will probably be on the Thursday when the new Verdansk map drops, and we can check that out all together. And if it's not out on the Thursday here in the UK, then I'll do it on the weekend for you guys, and we'll have a little game of that. Perhaps some of you can join me as well. Who knows? Let's see how it goes. Anyway, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday.